and Sapat has kind of, you know, stolen away each other's signature hero, right? Paquito for Sapat and Arlet for Iris. So this is going to be a little bit ironic, but I'm curious to see whether Sapat is able to pull it off, because as of now, top side, Zorn, he's there, giving a lot of information, but nothing much is happening across the map. They're just trading, getting information, taking space.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see a lot happen on the map until that first turtle fight, especially until the roamers hit that level 4 mark, because both teams are going to want to look for a play off of their respective roamer ultimates here. I do like the pathing of the junglers to go towards the EXP lane side, because they know that there's going to be fighting at level 4, so they need to secure that EXP lane first before they're able to contest the turtle.
I want to see the gold lane matchup here, because Nats, ever since yesterday, he's been winning a lot of his individual lane. So I want to see if he can do the same against Saken here. If Saken can survive, then it's going to be pretty good coming in from Team Hawk, because I feel like this is also an advantage of Homeboys. If Nats can handle any gold laner, then Homeboys is free to roam around the map. They don't have to babysit the gold lane.
Well, I feel like this first turtle is going to be coming up as well, and if Homeboys loses this first turtle, they are going to lose that early to mid-game momentum that they need to actually outscale Team Hawk later on, because eventually Nets is going to be shut down just because of the fact that they have not a lot of magic damage coming from Homeboys. Like, besides Faramis, besides Nets, what else? Where's the physical damage going to come from? Because as of yet, now, seeing how there's a fight here, Iris looking for the punch. Oh my god, Subbot just got deleted. The NetherRealm a little bit late, and they are going to be forced to disengage as well. Team Hawk seems like my prediction is going to come true, because right now they are going to continue to extend this fight. Chibi gets pulled and bye-bye.
Not a good start for Homeboys. All W's for Team Hot. They got a kill, they got a big ult, they got a turtle. They're eating good.
Yeah, that was excellently done. Udil, unfortunately, waiting a bit too long on that NetherRealm. He really wanted to edge it right at the end.
Oh, what?
Oh, wow.
Iris getting a solo punch just like that? No chance. And now Sapat, he's going to try and trade, but what can he do? And oh my goodness, this hero's got to be nerfed, man. Like, the amount of shields and what, level 4, level 5?
I feel like Iris,
what?
He has a lot of suppressed anger.
I wouldn't be surprised.
And he's releasing it here. It's like, I have been patient with the tanks. Now just give me someone that can deal damage.
Yeah, so he's gonna be like Mike Tyson, just gonna be biting off your ear.
Yeah.
He's already done enough biting on the Mirage. Now he's punching. Like, he wants to punch people in the face now. And he's doing it very well here. Like, the Paquito we already knew was going to be a pretty big threat if he started getting off the ground.
Oh boy, Zorn forced the flicker out. He's got the mobility. He's going to kick Janus as well. Chibi dropping the Appraisal's draft. Not going to be able to do too much damage, but Team Hawk will settle with, hey, that's 2 major ultimates and a flicker. Let's back off.
Yeah, in fact, now they can pressure the goal lane here, because
I look at Noir.
Here's the thing. Zorn is not going to be having a good time getting burned by the export. The export hurts a lot here, especially coming in from the jungle.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see exactly what the item build here is for Janus, whether or not it's a little bit more semi-tank or if it's full damage. We've seen variations of both styles depending on draft.
Oh boy, Iris, he's got to get out. He's down to 1 HP, and Subbot right at the edge. Connects the dot, seals the deal, shuts him down. Iris is knocked out.
Well, Iris apparently has to calm down here, so now Homeboys is getting a little bit of pressure on the map. Now the turtle is going to spawn on the gold lane. Zorn still trying to slow down.
Oh my god!
Oh.
What a play by Zorn!
And the crowd goes wild right away.
What a jikundo.
Actually excellently done there.
Yeah.
Beautifully timed. I feel like Janus may have gotten a bit of cold feet there. Didn't manage to time it correctly. They will now contest the turtle. Chibi in control.
But again, Janus does have to time the retribution, but he misses it. And again, now he needs to back off as Homeboys finally regains back a little bit of momentum. However, is this going to be enough? Because again, Team Hawk, they were able to stall time, and it seems like that's the idea from this draft. And Iris was able to take a tier 1 down bottom.
I feel like that's good for Team Ha, because in the big scale of things, Xborg doesn't really need the purple buff. And I kind of feel like the reason why Zorn was able to steal it away was because Janus doesn't want to use the retribution. He wants to save it for the turtle.
And again, now Zorn is going to try to be a little bit annoying. Noir with the concealed plays wants to try and force out more reactions. But again, it's still a little bit too early. They just want to trade 50-50s. And again, not helping Homeboys at all, as Team Hack looking to be on aggression right here. Tier 1 going to be attacked here, and Homeboys not fighting at all. They're giving this away for absolutely free.
I think that is the smart choice. They saw Iris. They could see that Team Hack wanted to go for the 5v3 situation because Frederick and Arlet were not there and try and get a split push for that bottom tier 1 the same way Team Hack did earlier. And looks like, yup, Sapat will be able to get that. So a trade onto the tower, but still pretty even here. Homeboy slowly narrowing that net worth difference.
The question is, when is Homeboys going to start moving as a unit? I kind of feel like once Nats has 2 items, when that happens, I kind of feel like they can start winning the fights, but it looks like they want to fight now.
Well, speaking of which, they're calling in Nats. Nats showed himself a little bit too early, but Team Hawk says, we're not fighting at all. And this is, again, just making so much time and space the Team Hawk needs. Conceal plays goes up. They're looking for a hunt, and Saken is going to be hiding here, but Homeboys, I don't think they see... Okay, they do have vision on him, but I guess the creep will give them away, as Saken is like, okay, nothing you can do about this. Noir and Lexia looking for the potential flank with Ango and Janus. Stealing the purple buff. GB, he may need to contest this. He needs to get out, but seems like he will steal it away. But on the back lines, Noir looks for an attempt as well. Gets shut down and stopped by Noir. The NetherRealm is there to get him out to safety, and they will respectfully back out from both sides.
I feel like Team Hawk should contest this because they got a lot from that previous fight. Once Janus has his Firaga armor, it's go time.
Again, now Sapan with the final stash. He catches Janus, pops the immortality. Now, is he going to go for a reset here? Firaga armor back out of the fight. He's going to be A-okay. But again, Homeboys, that's going to be a free turtle away. But Noir tries to delay it, but at the same time, turtle secure. Iris needs to flicker over. No, he doesn't make it across the wall. He's going to get picked apart. And Homeboys, they finally get the kill that they need.
Ooh, some mistakes there coming out of Team Hack. I do agree with you, LaFell. I feel like they could have definitely recontested that turtle because they already forced out the NetherRealm earlier, which was their goal. But the Firaga armor didn't build up on Janus fast enough, and a really nice final slash allowed Homeboys to hasten the momentum and force that fight. Although Iris tried doing his best, a bit of a mistaken flicker at the end did cost him there. Looking at the itemization, yep, Iris going full damage on the Paquito overall. I was interested in looking at Udil's items because he actually did a lot of damage earlier, but he only has a necklace.
Yeah, I kind of feel like the damage really ramps up when everyone is clumped up together. And we were talking about the damage, the item timing. Nets got that 2 items, so now they are moving as a team. And somebody's just like, okay, you guys can take this. It's 1v3, but I swear my friends are coming. You better be careful.
Yep, indeed, because Zorn is lurking in the bush, looking for the kid. He's setting it up. I'm pretty sure they heard it as well. Noir now going for the kick. Oh, the angle is not right. He needs to get out. Janus looking to try and punish this as well. Lexia trading a couple of shadow bombs, but unfortunately, Homeboys is not committing these, so they will back off respectively. However, look at the bright side. Homeboys fans, they are going to be cheering here because as of yet, tier 1 in the middle still stands. The Team Hawk, they're losing so much map control.
Yeah, I kind of feel like if your mid lane is dropped down, your entire jungle is exposed. It makes it a little bit more easier for Homeboys to go after Team Hawk. Same fact is not true because of Homeboys having that mid lane tier 1 still up. So Homeboys still looking good when it comes to map pressure. But Team Hawk, they're just waiting on time.
This Ube strategy that Team Hawk is doing here, I'm liking it just because of the fact that they are trying to set up an ambush. But again, it's a high risk, high reward. If no one commits to the fight, you are giving away a little bit too much space.
Yeah, Team Hawk is trying to get some pickoffs here because they do have a solid amount of damage. Their ideal is that Homeboys are the aggressors. They slow them down and just damage with Janus as well as Lexia, and then finish off with Saken. Unfortunately, they do need Iris's presence in a lot of these team fights. So even though Team Hawk has a better split push comp, they actually need to challenge Homeboys in a 5v5, which kind of takes away their macro.
Oh my god, Noir with the flicker catch as well. Zaman Force has been popped as well. Likewise for the NetherRealm, but Janus, he gets caught with the Wave of the Dragon. He needs to get out. The final stash actually gives him a way out. He actually gets out. What a mistake by Sapan, but guess what? The bigger picture is to take the Lord, and Homeboys, they get it done. And at the same time, Team Hawk, they will have Iris pushing on the top side, and this time, he is going to be hunted down here. Can he get out? Though Zorn is here already. He needs to run. Iris, can he get out? Does he have the flickers to do so? No, he's going to get caught, and he's done for. Homeboys with a quick strike.
Okay, definitely a mistake by Sabat to push Janus to safety there. They could have gotten 2 kills and a Lord. They'll settle for 1 and a Lord. Team Hawk, it's not too bad that they're able to get a tier 2 for this, because the first Lord of the game should be quite easy to clear when you have an X-Borg and a Lilia. But we can definitely start to see how the team fight is leaning heavily in favor of the Homeboys because of their team fight damage and that Nether Realm.
Now Chibi with the taunts and stop things out here.
Whoa.
But wow, a big catch coming in. Zorn and Sabat, but no follow-up. They chipped them down to half HP. Lord coming in as well. And it seems like the Homeboys, they have no choice but to let go of control with that play.
I mean, let it go when you're 2,400 gold ahead. That's good. It should be 3,000, honestly. But because Iris was able to push 1 turret, it gave Team Hawk 500 gold. So I kind of feel like, oh, that's a good dodge. That's a good Shumpo. Out of that, I'm offended.
I am very offended by that. It's like, Zorn has been playing this hero for such a long time that you can see that his total experience and understanding of what he's capable of doing with it is top tier. We see that bottom tier 2 eventually fall to the hands of Nets. Currently, the Hari very far ahead in terms of gold and itemization. You can see Saken going for a more classic Roger build, not the crit build we saw.
Udil going for the pull. They do force sticks here on the black shoes here. Zorn down to half HP, but again, they will trade for objectives. Homeboys being very, very aggressive with this, and I'm liking this. And again, back to your point, Nets pretty much ahead right now. He's got the concentrated energy. Can Team Hawk kill him right now?
I feel like if Noir is on him, yes. But the thing is, they gotta bait out that Purify. That Purify is the reason why Team Hawk hasn't been winning any of the fights. And you're talking about the itemization coming in from Saken being the more traditional one that we've seen. It's kind of like an on-hit Roger, where the first initial hit is gonna hit quite a lot with the Alice Battle as well as Demon Hunter Sword. So, and Thunderbelt, good item combination, but it's all about a setup. And right now, Noir is having a little bit of a tough time setting up when Nats is always on point with Purify.
The thing is, I don't feel like Noir should be feeling pressure to actually engage so much here. They have the better macro composition with the Paquito. I feel like they should be splitting this map up. They're grouping a little bit too much to try and counterplay with the 5v5, but in reality, they should be avoiding it. Since they already have peel, they have tools to be able to delay and get away from the Homeboys. Give them the map, split them apart, then look for pickoffs.
I feel like the call is like, we're not going to have enough damage without Iris. I feel like that's the hesitation.
But you don't have to do that burst damage. You can slow them down with the Lilia, with the X-Borg, while peeling backwards. Even if you don't necessarily get the kill, you delay them from getting that team fight victory.
Yeah, it seems like it's going to be tough. Final stage already expanded. Udil going for the push, and Noir catches him. Trying to force the Nether Realm. It is going to be used, and Noir, he needs to get out. That's going to be huge for Team Hawk. However, Janus, can he get out though? He's got the immortality. He's going to be A-okay. They force out a lot of utilities, but again, no one has died. But again, they need to find some HPs here. Saken tries to go for Diamond Sabat, but again, they're just so tanky coming in from Homeboys. Half HP on the Lord. Janus does not have his Firagar armor, and this is going to be a problem as well. Zorn waiting for the kick as well. Sabat from the back lines looking to try and bully Saken. He's going to go try and dive as well, and Saken forced to disengage. Chibi with the Appraiser's Wrath, catching no one. And again, the Lord being resetted. Team Hawk is in a tough spot. Do they back off? It seems like they will finally make the call and retreat here.
I mean, it's good that Team Hawk are able to force the Lord reset, but I really don't like the way that they're taking this Lord dance. Again, there's no reason that Iris needs to be here so much. Yes, he could potentially get backline cut, but Zorn is scouting him out every single time.
Oh boy, Lexia with the final stage launch already collected. Zorn, he goes for the kick. He trades Noir, and he survives. And now Saken forced to commit to the fight, and he's going to be bullied out. And the backlines, Lexia cannot do anything. Iris nowhere to be found. Janus late to the party. Homeboys capitalize. They dominate, and they dissect Team Hawk right here, right now. Final Slash comes in, catches Janus. But the Firaga armor still stands, but they will take the inhibitor. Lord marching from the north side on the south. It is going to be back to shoving the lanes.
Right now, Homeboys, they're making it possible. They're making this Arlet work. And right now, pulling back in. Janus taking quite a lot of damage. Zaman Force in.
Oh my god, Zaman Force popping the net around. They're focusing on the Crystal. They don't care about the players. They don't care about the minions. They're just diving everything on the Crystal. And they get the job done. Homeboys, a very, very surprising win, but at the Caster's Nest. But a very, very well executed plan by Homeboys.
I will say, Homeboys, with every game, they're literally getting better. First week, not looking all that good. Going up against MV, you see the progression. And then today is like the payoff as well. They keep getting better.
And execution this game is the best that we've seen from the Homeboys since the start of the season, and that is the kind of growth we expect to witness from our defending champions. Team Hack, unfortunately, it was a serviceable draft, but I really don't like the angle that they took with it, and it gave so much space for the Homeboys to take advantage of and get that win.
It really does seem like Homeboys, they just needed time to get back to their original state, to their championship state, because all this while, you know, it's like literally going to a cold country, they've cooled down a bit, and now they got to heat back up, and it looks like they've been getting some heat.
You're talking about Russia, right? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
At the same time, you know, what's really interesting is that when we're talking about how things has kind of escalated this situation, I was expecting like, hey, maybe late game is going to be great, but somehow Roger doesn't seem to find the damage is needed, and Saken has been struggling to chip it away. Is it because of the NetherRealm? Is it because it's just so tanky? I don't know, because as of now, let's talk about the MVP of the game. It's got to be Subpat with his Arla plays, and I gotta agree, a lot of those final slash has been on point.
I mean, like, here's the thing. If you can make Arlet win, you deserve the MVP.
At this stage, yes, I agree with you there. The 0% win rate curse is finally broken by Subpat here, and it becomes MVP of that game as well. While he was definitely having some difficulty against Iris in the earlier stages, his value becomes a lot more apparent in these big team fights when he's able to get those final slash catches to push people out of position. Janus especially not allowing Team Hack to take team fights on their terms.
And honestly, this game is not like jam-packed with a lot of action. Like, we see a lot of skirmishes, but we don't see really clean engages or anything like that. It's more about, okay, we're going to contest this thing. If you want to fight back, we're going to fight back. Because coming in from Team Hawk, it does seem like they're playing too defensively. Too defensively for my liking.
Yes. Like, it's not just defensively, I think they're playing a bit too responsively. It's the sense where they're waiting for an opportunity to happen instead of trying to force a change in circumstances across the map. Again, I don't feel like Iris needed to be waiting in the bush for as long as he did during a lot of these Lord dances just to see if he could get a backline pickoff. If he had split apart some members of Homeboys to deal with him split pushing, it would have had so much more value.
Oh boy, this is tough here considering how things kind of escalated in Homeboys' favor, right? Like, I was expecting Team Hawk, you know, their intention was just drag this out, buy a little bit more time, but by the time Saken got his items here, which is, to me, very surprising here, he actually went a little bit more defensive by getting the Thunderbelt. What are your thoughts on Thunderbelt pickup?
Usually we see the Thunderbelt first pick. Number one, Roger has big problems when it comes to mana. And going up against Nets, like I said, Nets has been winning all of his lanes. So this is all about trying to get a little bit more HP to make sure that he doesn't lose that 1v1. Even in the Philippines, we see this is the response. I think I'm gonna lose the 1v1. I'm gonna get Thunderbelt.
Oh, it's interesting, you know, considering like you talked about different variations of the build of Roger, right? Earlier we did see Sasuke to go for the crit build, the hard balls into the Berserkers, but this one it's like a complete 360 of a different approach for Saken, which is weird.
No, honestly, like I said, you go to a different player, all different builds.
It's not even really the player. It's
Innocent is going for a semi-tank kind of build.
What about Trinity build on Roger?
I think there is that kind of build. We haven't seen it so far here.
Well, it was in our rank game, and you know he went.
Yeah, that's why with Roger, it really is like you're never wrong and you're also never right.
It's more of adjustment based on what the enemy team comp is. I generally don't agree with the Trinity for Roger because he doesn't attack as fast as heroes like Claude or Carry, but he can still go on hit like we saw previously with things like the Demon Hunter Sword to deal with tankier lineups. You build crit if you have a squishier enemy lineup and so on.
Again, you know, speaking of builds here, damage dealt here, Saken only 37,000 as compared to Nets who's did 60,000 here. And again, Team Hawk seems to be facing a lot of damage issues here? Is it execution? Is it timing? Or is it drafts here, Lafil?
I really do feel like Nats is a big problem. Even though the MVP goes to Sampai, but Nats is doing a lot. He's doing the most amount of damage, and he's the hardest to catch, even though he's in the mid-range when it comes to the fights. I feel like Team Hot, they just couldn't win the fights because of Nats. I legitimately feel that. Chibi is doing his thing, Udil's doing his thing, but it's all about Nats. Seriously.
The thing is, Nets does way more damage over time than the lineup of Team Hawk. Because Team Hawk needs to really slow down these fights, right? Lilia and Xborg are very slow, very consistent DPS dealers. And while Roger does do a lot of damage, you typically want him to go in to be the finisher because otherwise he's a bit too vulnerable for the rest of the fight. Whereas because of the NetherRealm and Zorn and Chibi frontlining, Nets can do whatever he wants. That's why I don't like the approach Team Hawk took to this.
Would you say that the changes on the attack speed animation for all marksmen, as well as every single, I think, item in general, has affected the marksman meta?
I think that's one of the reasons why Roger can come in. Because his attack range is pretty long, but now your animation is a bit quicker. Now you can actually chase as well as run away because his attacks has a slowdown. So I feel like that's the reason why Roger can actually enter this meta.
I think besides that as well, Roger acts as a bit of a pseudo carry kind of situation where you trade a little bit of her late game scaling and damage potential for more overall utility in the sense that you have like iframes to avoid being caught out and you have built-in like percentage health depending on which form you're in.
One thing that I do have to say, this is more about my personal opinion. I haven't clarified it with the players or coaches, but Roger is actually good at the Lord dance. Because when you're dancing around the Lord, your HP is just going to get chunked down lower and lower because of the Lord. And then once it's low enough, the Roger doesn't have to think that much. It's like you're low enough, you're in execute range, he can just go in.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Gives him the additional movement speed as well.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that they were considering as well. But based on what I'm seeing, based on the total healing here, Chibi is pretty much doubled Janus's. And in this case, you know, flexing the Janus hero pool with the Xborg didn't really do too well because of the fact that, you know, when it comes to Lord Dance, you kind of want this guy in front, and Janus, you know, keeps getting his armor shredded so quick that he can actually contest against the Lord.
I mean, Janus has said in the interview that he's an assassin player. So this is just might not be the meta for him, and that's why we're seeing this off-meta picks in the jungle.
And I think he himself wouldn't have felt very comfortable here because Xborg wants to slow fights, stand in front of fights, and he's good as a jungler because he's able to contest by relying on that extra escape from the Firaga armor. But because the rest of his team weren't really in a spot to stand in front of him, they're all kind of waiting for something to happen. Homeboys can up the momentum, they can pile on pressure. Every single fight, you can see that the Firaga armor is the first thing to go. That means there's no last insanity, Janus cannot walk in front to contest the Lord, and the fight is instantly lost. At that point, Team Hack needs to switch ideas and play something else, but no, they stay and keep trying to contest the Lord.
Yeah, it's very difficult to build up those Firaga armor stacks compared to back in days, right? Like, once you lose it, it takes a while before you can actually regenerate those shields. But, of course, let's talk a little bit more on the highlights brought to you by SRG. This is going to be Republic of Gamers. And now, based on the clip here, you can see, you know, First Blood, obviously, Iris was just completely foreshadowing Homeboy, shutting down their early aggression momentum. But somehow, you know, they were able to catch Iris with this play. Sampan is just so on point.
And I feel like Team Hot kind of wasted their opportunity where they had quite good map control when they won the turtle, but after that, this is why I say they're being too patient, they're being too defensive. I kind of feel like if they push the tempo just a little bit more, focus on one lane, either shut down Sampat or shut down Nets, and then just win one side of the map. I think they could have done a little bit better. I think they gave way too much room for Homeboys to breathe to the point where Homeboys can strike back.
I do agree with you because we did see initially there was some pressure being put into the EXP lane to ensure that like Iris would straight up win out, and he was already winning the 1v1. So from that point onwards, focus a bit more on that EXP lane, really get the lead, then you can snowball off of that. But because they tried to like play for everything, there's the saying, right? Jack of all trades but king of none. It ends up in a situation where your resources are spread too thin against a lineup that has a very clear and precise direction.
Yeah, after 2 chickens, so you get none.
Yep.
Why not 3 chicken and get
Same.
none?
3,
Same thing.
4, 5, 10. The more chickens you have, the less likely you'll be able to eat it.
Well, in this case, unfortunately for Team Ha, it is going to be back to the drawing board for them because, you know, technically it comes down to Janus's hero pool, right? That's going to be something that I'm genuinely worried about, considering the fact for the past few weeks, his heroes are just so weird and they keep flexing his hero to a point that it hasn't been working out for Team Ha.
Here's the thing. If you go the Onyx route and ban out all the tank junglers, it could work. But this is why the Zorn buff is there. You have to ban out the Matilda. You have to ban out the Chip. You have to ban out the Masha. And this makes it so that you cannot ban these tank junglers to really help out Janus. But speaking of helping out, I'm helping you guys out because Vexana's new high ready first ever Zenith skin, Twisted Fairy Tail, is now available. From the 25th of March all the way to the 30th of April, participate in the new Twisted Fairy Tail draw event and enjoy 30% off your first 10 times draw and 50% off your daily first draw. You may even stand a chance to win Vexana's battle emote, I'm the Queen, Elimination Effect, Apple of Doom, and other amazing skins. Come join in the draw now.
Exactly. Call LaFell. He needs help. And of course, what? He can help you with the skins as well. To tell you how good it is.
I have my own therapist, man.
Oh. Aren't you going to be a therapist for somebody else?
I'm not qualified.
All right.
Yeah.
I understand.
I can just be a
You're just the spokesperson.
We got to ban Vexana too.
Yeah.
Because Vexana is, to be honest, should be very, very popular here. And I'm very surprised that he was completely ignored in the previous game.
Yeah, it was completely
weird.
Because the mages were picked up very early on, right? You instantly had the Faramis lock in and then the Lilia right afterwards. Homeboys obviously won Faramis. Every single time we've seen a Homeboys game, Faramis just instantly becomes a contested hero, even if like the other team never played it before that. They understand just how much of a threat it is in the hands of Udil and how much Homeboys likes to fight with that ultimate. Lilia makes sense as a counter on paper because you delay and you slow with the amount of like fight control that you get with her abilities, but it didn't quite work out.
And now we're going to look at the play history here for Udil. MPL ID Season 3 Champion, MSC 2019 Champion, M2 World Championship 4th place, and MPL ID Season 9 and Season 10 first team winner. Meaning he was voted the best mid laner.
Okay.
Yeah, first team.
Well, that's the thing about Udil, right? Like, he's been very consistent in his play here. I think only the first blood for Zorn was where he kind of messed up his NetherRealm timings here. But at the same time, I want to talk about the opponent here because think about this, right? Lexia is a former champion, but not from Team Ha. So this is going to be a big question mark. He has been bouncing out between teams and roles here. Now back to his a little bit more comforting role, not exactly the jungle role. Do you think he can actually compete against Udil?
I feel like he can, but I feel like he needs the people around him to work as well. Because Udil has Chibi, and I feel like Noir is great. Janus has to prove himself. Again, it's quite a bad situation to be in when you're an assassin player, and this is not an assassin meta where even if you're very good on assassin, it's hard for you to carry against a very, very strong team. I don't know, at this point, Team Hot, they have either the option of go straight meta or try to force it out one more time. I'm almost leaning towards just doing your own thing. If you need an assassin jungler, pick it up.
Yeah, this is guaranteed to be a first pick Faramis again because you look at the way Homeboys is drafting. They ban out the Valentina, force Team Huck to get rid of the chip. Literally the Zorn effect in action here. You would normally want to get rid of Faramis in this position, but the chip is just too much of a danger. So Homeboys is going to be able to get their direct team fighting comp once again, and Team Hack needs to go back to the drawing board. They had good ideas previously, like Ruby, Lilia, X-Work all have great team fight that could work against a 5v5 composition. They just didn't execute on it effectively enough.
Pick the choke. Team Hack, they got to pick the choke. Oh, never mind. They're going for the Minotaur.
Huh.
Interesting here because Noir is a very good choke player as well, so you can take it away from Zorn, where even though Zorn can use the Minotaur, he hasn't won on it yet.
No, I don't think the Minotaur, I don't think the Cho was a big threat for Team Hawk's composition, right? Like Cho, yes, I agree. Zorn is really, really good on his Cho, but that game in game 1, Cho wasn't the biggest problem. And I agree with you guys as well. Harif was the biggest problem as well. They just didn't have an answer to shut them down. And again, Arlott was just playing out of his mind. Like Sapat was just getting off some very, very pixel perfect kills.
Now the thing is, this Fredrin can go to the jungle and to the EXP. We've seen it before.
Confirmed.
Your team
Rhino
is picking.
online.
Ooh, I like the Grok here. It's very good. It just directly out-scouts and out-utilities the Minotaur here because it provides
Outspeeds as well.
Yeah, it provides a lot more vision. He's able to roam around the map a lot more easily and operate on his own without necessarily relying on his team behind him. The wild charge setups are going to be pretty clean. With the Roger now stolen away by the homeboys as well, you can see how they're trying to really limit what Team Hawk can bring to the table. Because now that they've locked in the Minotaur Fredrin, they really have to play around team fighting.
I've been waiting for too long.
Okay, they picked the carry here to deal with the tankiness. It does scare off Zord a little bit more, but the question here is, what is Lixia going to play? Because from my experience of him playing mage roles, Farsight is something that he's very, very comfortable with. But now having the Grok here again, it means that Lixia has no choice but to whittle down to a comfort hero. In this case, having the Lilia, personally, not a big fan, but Vexana is something that I really like though. It's great with NetherRealm as well.
Farsa will be a good pick to go up against Fermis as well as Roger, but the Grok is
Yeah, it's
basically
just because of the
big
Grok.
no-no. Yeah,
Agreed.
a big no-no there. So I do understand where you're coming from. One pick that I kind of don't like but could work is the Novaria. Lixia has shown that he can do it. It's just that
Doesn't fit the comp though, because they don't really have
Sir,
a
what's your
burst.
command?
Like, you think about it, Novaria is kind of like the finisher-ish, but who's going to be the ones chunking them down?
I would say it works because the Astral... We've seen what the Novaria can do for the Guinevere. You can do more than that with the Minotaur and the Fredrin. Because Fredrin and Novaria are in a way best friends as well. Because when you have the Astral Echo, it makes it so much easier for the Fredrin to secure the turtles. So I still see that the Novaria can work here. It's just very difficult to go up against the front line of a Grok, because once the Grok has Twilight Armor, he can tank all the Star Shatters. So
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm trying to
Not Athena Shield, Twilight Armor.
Twilight Armor.
Okay.
Twilight Armor is the defensive item to go up against the
Gaze
the
upon
second skill,
edge of the
but the
void.
first skill you still need something like a Radiant Armor.
Okay, fair enough.
In terms of other mage picks, I'm trying to think as well. The Nana is still available. May not be a bad choice if we're kind of leaning into the more AoE style.
Hope will
Aurora,
find a way.
not really a
Your
hero
team
that's been
will
picked up
always
often
forlorn.
here. But with the Vexana now banned out, we can see that
Oh,
Homeboys
boy.
is really trying to push Lexia into some of these more fringe mage picks. We'll see what they do decide to lock in.
Well, Nana is pretty okay against the NetherRealm. You gotta aim it really, really right here, but again, with the Purify, you can just get out of safety, especially when Udio is gonna be playing it here. But I'm really surprised that Team Hawk does not want to flex a potential... What's that hero again that can dive and dump? Demonic Force? Yes, Phobius, just because of the fact that Nolan. And I think they pretty much learned their lesson in the previous game. And yeah, Lafel, seems like you've got a good call here. Novaria is going to be the game here.
Okay, Astral Echo will allow Team Hawk to delay the game out if they find themselves at a disadvantage, but that'll also depend on how well the team is able to keep themselves in the game up until that point. Homeboys now gonna look to finish off their draft with the jungler and EXP laner. Looks like the Paquito gonna come out, so the Paquito returns to the fray.
Let me show you how it's done, Iris. And in this case, Paquito is going to be the way to go. And we are going to see Chibi playing the Gwen on the jungle row, right?
Yeah, jungle.
Okay, okay. Okay.
Looking very good here because the Novaria is going to be having quite a hard time because 4 members of Team Hawk can dive onto the Novaria. So Alexia has to be very, very careful with his positioning. Same as carry. When you have so many targets that you want to focus on, who do you prioritize? Because it's easier if it's a layered team fight, right? You got your jungle and your tank in the front, maybe your fighter in the second tier, and then your damage dealers in the back. But even if your damage dealers want to dive in front, then you're going to get overloaded. You don't know who do you want to aim for first.
Yu Jong is in the pool, so I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to go Yu Jong for Iris.
This
Though.
land is our homeland.
Is he gonna go for it?
That's the
No,
Lapu.
that's the Lapu. All right.
I think Lapu is a safe pick here. What I will say is that Homeboys, their team fight is really, really scary with this composition, but their late game scaling is gonna fall way behind as long as Team Hawk themselves don't find themselves at too big a deficit once you reach that phase.
You know, to be honest, I kind of like Homeboys drop a little bit more, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a clean 2-0 in this regards.
Yeah, I am feeling that as well because Homeboys, I'm smelling river control. I'm seeing early game damage. I'm seeing momentum going straight to the mid game and then ending it out before 18 minutes. I feel like Homeboys, if they do it well, they can end it early.
Well, it is going to be impossible here, or will we see the rise and comeback of Team Hawk? Because now the battle of the former champions here. In this case, we are heading into game number 2, and this is going to be Homeboys versus Team Hawk to fight for survival of who is the best in the land of Dawn.
Homeboy is going to be very eager to get this clean sweep to make up for the points that they missed out on in week number 1. And right now, I would agree with y'all. I feel like they have a very good chance of doing so. Team Hawk definitely will have a comp that's a little bit harder to execute. But if they do it well, the late game scaling with Carry and Novaria may be difficult for Homeboys to deal with.
Looks like the meta of the day is trying to gank EXP as much as you can. And Zorn, oh,
Yep.
this is what you do.
What?
This is what you do. Shout outs to Yaoi.
This turn?
Shout outs to Yaoi.
Oh boy, I hate this.
Don't use your first skill. Use your nature's barrier and then just keep resetting like nobody's business.
That is annoying. That is extremely annoying.
Oh,
And
this could be very bad.
oh my goodness, Jonas testing. Oh no, he doesn't even get it. Chibi actually steals the purple
Chibi's
buff.
level 4.
And he's level 4. He got the kick. The Vital Record comes in. Noir is out of the equation. And Homeboys, oh boy.
I mean, I feel like, yeah, they might be able to end it before 80 minutes if this continues on. Because
Yeah.
level 4, wait, now is, yeah, level 4, level 3, it's kind of a big gap.
This is like, that was so fast. And like out of nowhere, wait, Chibi's level 4? Oh, that was so fast.
And that's literally the worst way you can start the game there for Team Hawk. We already knew that Zorn would be annoying on this Grok. The fact he got the reset and Chibi was able to use that reset time to come to the jungle, secure the buff, get a kill on top of it all before the first turtle, means that Homeboys have already gotten that lead that they were looking for. And if this continues to snowball, it'll
You know
be
what's
very bad.
messed up? He actually got the level 4 after he got the purple buff. Instantly upped it up and
Yeah.
got a kill. That's some fast fingers coming from Chibi, though. But nevertheless, turtle contest comes in. Chibi level 5. And Janus not even level 4. And oh my goodness, he's just so deprived of supplies right now. Like
Yeah.
there's no farm in the jungle at all.
And look at Zorn, he's
Oh my
already here
God.
again.
Oh my god, here we
Wait.
go again.
Look at how he's gonna, he already used his wall.
Okay,
Here's
okay.
the thing, resetting with that wall
Okay.
is much harder than it looks. I've been trying to duplicate it. It's
Oh
so
my
hard.
goodness, Chibi just walked up, catch Noir. But it is going to be the tank. He needs to get out. Noir, again, does not have the level 4. Udio pops the Netherrealm preemptively. But Janus, now he's going to try and chip away here. He is going to try and stall them out. He got the Appraisal Wrap, forces a flicker. But that should be all. Homeboys gets away once again.
Looking at a hand cam from Chibi as well. Looking at how the pro players play, they look at the map, they look at the items while fighting.
So fast,
So fast.
so quick.
It's something I've been trying to do myself. But
While
it-
fighting, looking at the items.
I
Yeah,
can't
it's
do that.
not easy. You
I can't do that.
cannot do that. So it shows the difference in experience between these pro players and just us in our pubs. But we can see that because the wall was used a little bit too early by Zorn earlier, he wasn't able to get that reset, which means that Janus finally actually gets his buff for himself, making sure that he doesn't fall too far behind in EXP.
Well, let me spell something out for you guys. Zorn is level 5, same as Janus.
Oh,
Yes.
that is a
Yeah.
very, very big problem for Team Hawk right now. Like,
Yeah.
logically, Homeboys, yeah, 1.5k lead, yeah, it's not that big of a difference. But considering how early this game and how big the level gap is, it's actually not favoring Hawk at all.
I would say 1.5 is the equivalent of almost one item. So at 3 minutes, whew, that's big.
That is indeed big. But speaking of which here, now they are going to try and group up, and Lixia nowhere to be found. And interesting enough, he's opted to go for a Purify just so that he can walk out of Zorn's combo. And so far, Zorn has no intention of just shutting down. He's just making life miserable for Janus right now. And look at him. Oh, okay. Yeah, now it's for Noir. Oh, my, because right now, bottom lane, they make a dive on Iris. They take him out. Sabat gets a free lane, gets a couple chump change on the gold platings.
Zorn has no intention of playing with his team.
He doesn't need to.
He's like, guys, you guys can 4v5. I'm just gonna stay in the jungle here.
Okay, Subot now half HP. Janus forced to come in. He is gonna be able to potentially go in for the retreat battle as well. Chibi's not looking for the play, but Janus, he secures the retreat. Now they're gonna go out. NetherRealm comes in, mid on range as well. A big storm coming in, but no one is dying. A phase of wrath connects on 4. They get only 1, and Homeboy says, I'm out of here.
That was quite a reversal coming in here from Team Hawk. The fact that even with the knockout strike, that Janus was able to secure the turtle may have really rattled them somewhat. And then they all grouped up together to get hit by the Appraiser's Wrath and the Landshaker coming out from Iris.
Oh no, he doesn't have turtle. Okay, he's got it, but now Zorn is gonna get pinned away. He does have the power of nature walk out to safety. Also the flicker forces it, and that is gonna be him getting out, annoying Janus. But still, again, Team Hawk somehow finds a little bit of redemption with that turtle pit just now.
Something tells me fighting against Zorn is not a good time. Something about the way he plays. I feel like I might get a little bit annoyed.
Well, speaking of smelling here, they're fighting under turret. Zorn drops down towards half HP, and he's gonna be able to get out. Team Hawk again not overcommitting yet. It seems like they're just stalling for time.
We're now looking at the goal lead here. Looks like Nets and Saken not really much going on. They're just farming, and I feel like the scaling coming in from Saken using this carry is going to be quite good. In fact, Saken has more gold than Nets.
That's
actually
a
ahead.
difference.
And this is actually very good for Team Hawk. We have to note, Homeboys had a 1.5k net worth lead at 3 minutes. Now 6 minutes in, they only have a 1k net worth lead. This is technically real inflation happening in the Land of Dawn, where even though the value is similar, it has a lot less impact overall. Because Team Hawk are just slowing things down and starting to scale. It's Homeboys who actually need to up the momentum. Because once you get to that late game phase, we've seen what a Novaria can do.
I kind of want to see them put a little bit more pressure in the mid or the gold lane, because I feel like the faster you let Nets go out of his lane, the better it will be for the team.
Yeah, that's the thing about Nets right now, right? He needs to kind of snowball is the fact that I think he got the killing spree as an emblem as well. But as of yet, he hasn't been able to find any easy opportunities off Team Hawk, and this is a big problem for him over time, because the carry eventually will make life miserable for Chibi as well as Zorn, because as of yet, Turtle coming in, Janus trying to pull aggro in favor of Team Hawk. Subot with the flank as well. Lexia and Iris, they're cut off. They're gonna try to force a fight here. Turtle comes in, NetherRealm, but no, a big Benon's Rage stops the momentum. Janus steals the Turtle, and now they're gonna commit to the fight, and Chibi cannot do anything at all.
Right now, Team Hawk, they're winning the fight. They're being well coordinated, and here's the thing. They win when Iris is involved. This Lapu Lapu is a big factor in how they're winning the games, and Noir with the Minoan Fury as well.
It's definitely giving up a little bit of map pressure to Subot, who's now getting that bot tier 1. He got the kill on Nova.
Oh my god, again? Wow. Again, Zorn?
I mean,
what?
In ranked games, Zorn is a jungler.
Yeah, but you're doing it as a roamer with the Guardian's Bearer, and that guy has a retribution.
Hey, you know what? He's been playing since season 1. Yep. If you want to talk about experience,
hey, he's the all-timer.
13 seasons in the MPL. Unheard of, man.
All-timer. All-timer of all MPL.
A record that I don't think will be broken anytime soon.
Maybe another 20 years when he retires.
Who knows?
Who knows?
Damn.
What we know for sure, though, is that right now, Homeboys is starting to lose their early game pressure. A 600 net worth lead at this stage is basically 0. And Saken has been uninterrupted the entire time.
What was that damage, though? Like, okay, Lexia starting to hurt a little bit too much here. And now Noir gonna be, face checking Subot a little bit. Again, seems like both sides just doesn't want to overcommit. They're playing a little bit more objective here. 35 seconds for the Lord, but guess what, Saken? They find Subot. Can he get out? No, he cannot. He's dead. And that's the opportunity that Hawk needs. Fortunately for Homeboys, he's only down for 22 seconds, so he will be online before the next Lord fight.
It's unfortunate that Homeboys has a pretty good early game drop, but they have not been using it quite a lot here.
They used it a lot earlier, but then they lost a big fight clearly, and that affected them because they knew that they no longer had enough of a lead to just dive willy-nilly into Team Hawk, which means they had to slow down fights and try to look for better opportunities, but that gave time for Team Hawk to regroup themselves. And in these 5v5s, the Minotaur is still going to come out on top because of how good of a counter engaged the Minoan Fury is.
Yeah, whenever like the NetherRealm walks in, right? Like Minion Rage, boom, everyone just can't do anything. And that's going to be a big problem here because as of yet, Lord Dance coming in, Janus trying to get a little bit cheeky and aggressive. The Lord gets resetted, but Zorn, look at this, he's getting chipped so quickly here. That's gonna be a problem unless Saban, he fights Saken! Oh my goodness, misses a second combo and Saken is gonna be like, okay, I'm fine. But again, homeboys, they lost their surprise element. And now they're shifting their focus down towards the mid lane instead. And Lexia and Iris is quick to respond against this. My goodness, what a game.
I thought that Saken used his Purify there, but no, he actually didn't. He still has it available. That means that the timer is really starting to lock down for the homeboys right now. Team Hack regaining full control. The Astral Echo proving to be a big issue along with the sniping and whittling down. And Saken, I don't know how many items he has, but by now he is able to just straight up 1v1 most of the homeboys. Yeah, things are not looking too good here for our defending champs.
I agree, and Zor now is afraid to send himself up front, but we do see again Saken, Thunderbelt, Corrosive Scythe, as well as the Golden Staff. And it seems like they do try to want to catch Nance. Ooh, close call indeed. And again, the Lord Dance continues.
And right now, while all of this is going on, Chibi's just like, okay, I'm losing way too much farm. He's getting his own farm for now, hoping for Zon to continue resetting, and as we see here, he can. It's a big advantage here for Team Hawk. They have a few advantages here. Number one, they can play this Lord Dance. They have a heal. That heal matters a lot. They can snipe from afar, so without risking taking a lot of damage, they can dish out the damage. And homeboys, their front line is not going to survive against Saken. A 3-item carry hurts a lot.
Oh my goodness, they got Noir! He cannot pop the Minor Rage! The NetherRealm comes in, they are going to try and drop Janus before he can, but now the Prayer Resource Wrap comes in, Saken turns the fight, Noir goes down, and now Team Ha, they're losing a little bit too much member, but so is Homeboy. They're trading 50-50s. Chibi now gonna try and trade off Saken. He is gonna try a little bit cheeky as well. Janus, he does not have the appraisals round, but he is gonna be annoying Chibi as much as he can as Nets and Zorn is slowly whittling down. But here he comes! The Violent Wreck-Him! They find him and he is down. And but Lexia! He fights Nets! Ooh, what?
Ooh, these fights are turning really, really messy right here. Both teams kind of staying in their team fights a little bit longer than they really should be. I think Homeboys definitely went into the wrong situation. They're being caught out in a big Minwind Spirit into the Appraiser's Wrath, but then Team Hawk weren't quite able to follow up on the damage afterwards. I feel like I have to give Homeboys the same advice I gave Team Hawk in game number 1. It's time to split Sapat up and delay these Lord Dances.
One thing is a bit troubling here. Now the Flash of the Oasis has just been completed by Noir. The Divine Glaive has just been completed by Lixia. In terms of item power spike, this is a huge spike coming in from Team Hawk. They have the damage, they have the survivability. Now Janus having that Guardian Helmet as well, he can do this all day. The Lord Dance does not matter to him now.
Yeah, and at the same time, Zorn just got his Dominance Eyes as well to deal with the fast, and DHS on Nets as well. Seems like they're just buying items here, and now with the next item power spike, they are going to try to make another attempt. Hawk, half HP, Zorn keeping Chap here, but Chibi, he's taking a little bit too much damage. He's going to go for the Violent Wreck-Him on Iris, but he needs to get out. But guess what? Janus, he forsakes the control of the Lord here. Now, if they are going to reset here, he's taking a little bit too much damage. And Homeboys, they're waiting for the jump here. Noir forces go to Minor Rage, completely whiffs. Janus secures the Lord. He gets out. They force in the NetherRealm, and Sopan says, we got to take something out of it, but they get absolutely nothing. As Hawk, they only lose Noir. They take the Lord and they back out, and now Chibi is a little bit angry, but there's nothing much they can really do. And Saket, oh boy, he's gonna get a little bit aggressive here. And Chibi, he might actually fall. Widerkin comes in, they turn on Saket, they take him out, and now Nets gets the finisher. They lose Chibi for it. And Iris, he still wants to fight. Zorn taking the full damage, but guess what? He's gonna turn on Udil. He missed it! Udil! What a clutch! What a clutch! He pulls him into the turret, gets outplayed.
No!
The greed! The greed!
That was supposed to be so good for Iris!
It should have been.
That should have been one of the biggest plays that he would have gotten. Now, let's look at the instant replay here. Iris, almost full HP. Udil here, pulling in. And then I think even at that point,
I think
even
that was wild charge.
Iris was stunned.
Yeah, he was wall charged after being pulled into the
my
tower.
goodness, I didn't
Perfect
see that.
coordination to make sure that he's locked down. And if a fight that Team Hawk started in the advantage, Homeboys instantly turns around. I have to shout out as well. Chibi played that immaculately. He used the jump knockup to force the Purify out from Sakin and then delayed, got his stacks, waited until the Purify wore off to actually get the Violet Requiem.
That was insane. That was like a lot of layer of thinking of fights coming from Homeboys, and I'm really liking what I'm watching right now. But at the same time, the biggest threat here is gonna be Saken, and this time Iris, he just got his deadly blade, and that's gonna be something that I think Homeboys needs to be a little bit more afraid in terms of sustainabilities right now.
They need to consistently find Sakin. If they're able to take the carry out of these team fights, Team Hack honestly doesn't have a lot of burst damage overall. And I'm sure that Team Hack themselves knows this. It's again going to be a little bit of a chase for those gold laners, but for Team Hack, carry plays a much bigger role than the Roger.
Yeah, at this point, I feel like Team Hawk, they're kind of getting a little bit over themselves. They should understand how much damage that both Lexia as well as Sakin is dealing. So let Lexia be by himself. Give everything that you can give over to Sakin. Give him space. Set something up for him. Because if Sakin gets to kill 3 people, I think that's the go signal for Sakin to let loose. Because at this point, Sakin is still hesitating with good reason. Because if he oversteps his boundaries, he's gonna get caught, he's gonna get punished, and then his team will lose.
Well, speaking of losing here, because Team Hawk, they may have gotten a little bit more control, but this time they're not taking any unnecessary risk right now, and this is eventually going to be a big problem because as of yet, all hands and lies on Chibi making that exact same play onto a Sakin once again. It's going to be very difficult now considering how Hawk understands that right now, keeping him alive is going to be priority.
Yeah, at this point, the spatial migration is something that everyone from Team Hawk has to watch out for, because I feel like even if Noir gets caught, Noir's going to get taken down. Because at this point, Nets and Senpai can deal quite a lot of damage. So if Noir is out, then their sustained team fight is going to suffer a huge loss. No more healing and no more huge AoE setup.
Yep. I will say right now that Team Hawk definitely has an easier lineup to play going into this with the Minuan Fury, with the Novaria, whittling down the Homeboys, but they have to be very patient. They gotta wait for resources. They gotta find the right opportunities.
Oh boy, speaking of resources as well, they force the Nether Realm, the chain starting Chibi. Can he get out? He's got the help available. And now again, they continue to do so, but he finally gets out. And now Saban! He tries to make a play. He gets taken down. He takes Iris with him. And now Udio tried to kill off Saken, but he does not die. And Homeboys, they keep him alive. But Team Hawk, again, seems to be in a little bit of trouble here. Chibi, half HP, survived the onslaught, but can he make the steal of the game? But no! Walked right into the Lexia. And now Chibi somehow survives 1 HP.
Chibi, get out of there.
He's got to run.
Get out of there.
It's over. It's over.
Dude, okay. A lot to talk about. Team Hawk playing around Saken, beautiful. And Lexia's been hitting those shots, man.
The Novarias this season have been terrifying. I did mention that Team Hawk needed to be a bit more patient, but they got a really good catch out there, and by keeping Saken alive, they were able to just threaten Homeboys back. I will say that the cut off from Sabat was good, and I actually think Udil might have fed himself on purpose so that he could get a free respawn back to base and defend without needing to recall so that he could rejoin the fight sooner. Unfortunately, it didn't make enough of an impact here because the Nether Realm was already gone. Now, Homeboys are going to need to defend against this Lord here. Team Hawk looking pretty comfortable.
Well, here we go again. They're making an attempt onto his Chibi. And again, it took almost everything from inside Team Hawk, and they still couldn't get Chibi. And they will settle the score with someone else. And this time with the Lord escorting here, it is going to be huge. However, based on the minimap, we do see Iris trying to make a play, but is it too late though? Lord crashing in on the inhibitor. They take the top one. They are looking for the second one as well. And as of yet, Homeboys making no plays yet. And they have to back out Sapat. They need him. Chibi is going to get caught out. They're luring them to the bottom side as well. They finally clear the Lord up top side. And Nets, they're going to try and compete the fight. And Sapat from behind, he's ignoring Iris. He's focusing on Lexia. They take down the Novaria instead. seems like Saken is not the problem. It is going to be Lixia.
I mean, like, here's the thing. Lixia's been treating the skill shots like a point and click, man. He's been hitting it. The fact that Supa actually found it in the back line, a huge shout out for Supa. That's not easy to do. Going up against a Novaria is a very slippery, man.
Yep, it definitely took him a while though, and that is all time that he wasn't able to participate in terms of damage in the main team fight. So Homeboys did end up having to lose a lot of inhibitors in exchange for that play. But with Lexia down for another 10 seconds, and actually using that Purify in that last play, Homeboys are set up for potential engage.
Wow, seems like the fight is beginning as well. Chibi is going to get bursted out. Janus extends his catch, but Chibi taking a little bit too long to die here, but eventually falls. Sake picks him up, and Zord is going to be next here. Iris takes him out, and now Homeboys have to back out. And Supat trying to make a play from behind, but is forced to go in for the split push. But guess what, Hawk? They have the minions. They want to close the game. They want to drag this game number 3. And it is very, very possible. They're clearing the minions. That's so much damage. No, he got caught. He's dead. And now the crystal falls. We are going to game number 3.
I mean, like, we kind of called it. I don't see this game going to 2-0. A lot happened, but I gotta say, Lexia stepped up. That was a good Novaria game. That was a good carry game as well.
We talked about the growth of the Homeboys, but Team Hawk don't want to allow themselves to be left behind here either. Really well played in this game despite the deficit they found themselves in during the early to mid-game phase. I'm impressed, honestly. Even that final push into the base, Janus dedicated himself to taunting the Faramis so that he couldn't clear the minions, and they just rushed the crystal down.
Dude, I love the progression coming in from both teams here because they are slowly studying each other. They're just starting to understand what position you're going to take during the Lord Dance. Because I feel like that's part of the reasons why Lixia snipes have been hitting, because it's like, I know you're in this push, I know you're in that push. I'm going to get the advantage for my team by dishing out the damage.
You know, it's interesting to see how things have kind of escalated to a stage where, like, hey, game 1, it was a little bit one-sided, but Team Hawk, they kept pushing, they understood their timings, and eventually it just took everything out of them to actually take down Chibi, which is insane. Like, how did Chibi survive all that, if you think about it?
You know what I'm curious about? Who's the MVP for this game? So we're going to look at the MVP coming in from Team Hawk, where it could have gone to anyone, but this time it's going over to Saken, dealing way too much damage. No one from Homeboys can stand against it.
Honestly, I'm very surprised. Like, with the amount of pick-off with the early game composition that Homeboys have, you would think that once they've secured a pretty good lane for Supat, they'd instantly shift their focus over to Saken, right? Like, the Roger clearly wasn't winning his lane. He was still even, and that's not what you want against a carry.
Well, in towards the ultra lane game here, he's got all full items, and to top it off as well, his itemizations, I don't know if this is right, because is this fighter emblem with tank and
it's the meta now.
Master Assassin as well as Brave Smite?
Yeah, it's the meta.
Sustainability is on carry.
Yeah, yeah. This is the current build for carry. I would say the only thing that is different here is firmness. Usually the first slot, either Thrill, either Swift, a lot of different combinations.
Yeah.
So for this time, going up against the Roger, getting the firmness to make sure that he has additional armor going up against the Roger, that's good innovation coming from him.
I think it's a smart idea as well, because instead of going for like tenacity, he went for a more mixed kind of emblem build so that he could deal with different forms of catch, because he knows that both Chibi and Supat are probably going to be gunning for him a lot of the game. Fortunately, Homeboys didn't really manage to do that, because Supat kind of had to be dedicated to Novaria finding duty. And Chibi, because he was forced to kind of be the front line here, because Zorn is not going to be tanky enough to stand out there too long, was in a similar situation to Janus the last game, where a lot of his health is being chunked out before he can actually contest objectives.
But since turns brought it up, we got to talk about the evolution of the carry tank, because before this, before the adjustments coming in from Moonton, full tank carry dishing out amazing damage.
Yep.
Now that you kind of need damage items to actually dish out the damage, this is the innovation. Getting more spell vamp onto your carry early game, making sure that you can survive any kind of ganks, and you yourself can actually chase after the opponent because you can keep recovering as long as you keep attacking. And now with the attack speed, with the fighter emblem as well as the Brave Smite, you can sustain quite a long time in the game as long as you're not crowd controlled, you're not stunned, you're not knocked up, you're all good.
Yeah, to top it off as well, we've got Noir's heals as well to top him off non-stop. So it makes a lot of sense why Homeboys took almost everything to kill Saken. But again, it all comes down to a little bit outmaneuver, right? Like, I think Starfire brought out a very, very interesting point as well. He needed to bait out the Purify before going for the full chain stun, which takes forever to catch. And it came down to a situation where who gets the first jump first tends to win the entire fight based on towards like the final stages of the game.
104,000 damage coming in from Saken and 95,000 damage coming in from Lixia. 235 total damage dealt by Homeboys. 315 by Team Hawk.
Yeah, Team Hawk was able to stay in these fights a lot longer, which is really saying something when you consider that Homeboys were playing around their familiar Nether realm and still weren't able to come out on top. When you play an early game comp like this that has a lot of pickoff, you really need the snowball. And if you're like somewhat even, once the mid game comes, you're already in a losing situation. Ordinarily, Homeboys would have been able to get that lead, but I think Iris really cutting up the fight with that one like multi-stun into the Raging Slash really affected things and forced Homeboys to slow down, which is exactly what Team Hawk wanted.
You know, I guess, you know, I was expecting maybe a Yu Zhong, but Lapu Lapu works just as well. And considering the immunity that he gives on his ult here, you time it really well, it's pretty strong. But at the same time, it feels like Homeboys, they tried their best, but their best wasn't enough because it seems like something went wrong. And like, considering the amount of work that Zorn did in early game.
And we gotta talk about the combination between Saken and Noir. 81.8% kill participation for both these players shows that wherever Saken is, Noir is there to back him up.
The thing is, it's quite funny because Saken was basically left in this gold lane for most of the game, and Noir was actually roaming around to try and secure fights with the rest of the team. So the fact that they both ended with 81% win rate is kind of strange because they honestly weren't playing together all that much.
I agree. It's weird. Like, I think ever since they lost the early engagement by Homeboys, when they kind of shut down Janus, right? A majority of the fights has been in a situation where Team Hawk was playing Ube most of the time, except for Iris.
This game is so close that even the kill score is the same, 11-11.
Wow.
It could have gone either ways. But I really do feel that the damage coming in from Lexia as well as Saken is too much for Homeboys because Zorn looks so good in the early game. But come mid, come late game, when the carry has scaled up, he can't do what he did before. And I think that's the point here for Homeboys. There was no front line. If Chibi gets a hold of Saken, Homeboys wins. If Saken is able to dodge that spatial migration, Team Hawk wins.
Yeah, it's very difficult to actually catch Saken in this situation as well. And Nets hasn't been able to find those kind of raw DPS, right? Like, we're talking about Roger dealing damage here. Well, range Roger feels weird for me. Like, I'm not a big fan of it.
Yeah, but right now we got to look at the rich guy as well as the carry for Saken. 726 gold per minute, 104,000 damage dealt, 179,000 damage taken by Chibi and Noir with 9 total assists. Now we're in match point. Both Team High as well as Homeboys have seen quite a lot from each other here.
They're adapting.
Yeah, they're adapting. Yeah.
I think what we're seeing from both these teams is that although they both like to play for that early game, it is best not to full commit to an early game team composition. Because the moment you make a single mistake, the moment your momentum gets halted, even if it's not by you, if it's by the enemy team making just one clean execution, you instantly are no longer able to continue snowballing, right? Like, even though Zorn did so good early on, he missed out on a few chances to reset some buffs, and then suddenly, Janus is all caught up again. Like, the way that you're able to earn gold and EXP under this meta is very efficient, as long as you're able to find some space on the map.
You know, I think you kind of, well, it comes down to this situation here. Of course, for these guys watching at home as well, a little bit curious here, what are we rambling a lot for so long? You got to take a look at these highlights, right? Like, every single fight was so very decisive, but I like, there are some fights a little bit messy here, but it all came down to an all-out brawl. Just full commitments after full commitments.
I feel like the big changing point was between the First Lord and the third Turtle, because in both games, there's going to be a big fight between those two timings, and who wins that out wins the mid game, and then whoever wins the mid game has priority over their positioning on the board. For game number 3 here, I kind of feel like for both teams, they got to figure out a way of how to transition very well into the mid game, because we've seen that Team Hawk is not shy away to fight against Homeboys. So Homeboys, they can't be too confident with their early game.
Well, you're right, Mustafa. You know, that small play there, Zor did do like a melee range wall charge just to get the AoE start on towards Iris to save Udio. So that was a very, very sick micro play coming from him.
It's not something you notice. And then here, normally,
small, right?
Yeah. Like it's not something you see because of how melee range it was.
Yeah.
And the fact that he basically did it while the chain was in the middle of pulling Iris in is pretty insane overall. So Team Hawk definitely have the potential here. It didn't look like it in game 1. It looked very one-sided, but now we get to see the clear potential of both these former champion organizations. Now it's going to be a best of 1. I've explained already, full early game lineup doesn't seem to be working. You need at least some scaling. It's just how well you balance the dynamics of your comp.
I've got a question for Lafel now. Like, championship organization, is it the org or is it the players? Because as of yet, both these orgs right now are showing us a masterclass performance.
I would say that's a very interesting question, but I feel like we have to throw to an interview because Rose is on Team Hawk's side, so we gotta see what Rose has for us.
Terima kasih kepada kasta-kasta kita. Hello semua, nama saya Rose dan sekarang saya dengan Aiman Haq daripada, of course, Team Hawk. So dia adalah owner Team Hawk, and sekarang kita ada a few questions untuk Aiman pasal lineup Team Hawk untuk musim ini. So before anything else, how are you doing? How are you feeling after winning that second game tadi?
All good, alhamdulillah. Tapi kita orang tak expect yang kita orang akan dapat second game, but insyaAllah we try our best for the last game, best of 3 dengan Homeboys.
Okay, Aiman, ramai orang tahu that technically lineup untuk Team Hawk musim ini tak ada seorang pun daripada the championship lineup in musim ke-10 kan. So what went into the thought process masa you tengah filter the new players, and why this lineup?
I think it's a new year and then we have to make a new move. And after our previous season that we see that we can't really make it well, so we try to change our lineup to see on the new season. And the process is quite good. We have our 2 imports. Kita orang ambil seorang daripada Philippines, seorang daripada Indonesia. The reason why sebab kita bukan nak cakap kat Malaysia ni dah ketandusan player, tapi banyak lagi player talent di Malaysia cuma belum polish lagi. So that's the reason why MAL pun ditubuhkan untuk kita polish talent-talent local talent untuk main kat MLBB.
Okay, so pasal 2 import player Team Hawk kan, ada satu dari Filipina dengan satu dari Indonesia. Kenapa dengan decision ni? Usually bila diorang ambil import player, it's dua-dua dari negara sama untuk easier communication. So adakah Team Hawk ada face problem communication masa first ambil 2 player ni?
I think awal-awal of course we have language barrier, tapi at the end dengan training kita dah scrim semua, I think lama-lama kelamaan diorang pun dah selesa walaupun different language, but they still can understand each other at the end. Yeah.
I see. Okay. Sebelum we continue game ketiga.
Okay.
How about Aiman lead sikit chant ataupun cheer bagi semangat dekat budak-budak ni nah. Diorang tengah tengok Aiman. Come on.
Alright, boleh. InsyaAllah. Kita mana fan Team Hawk ni semua Homeboys ke? Oh ada depan ni. Alright. Okay. Saya akan jerit Ibambe, semua jerit Team Hawk, alright? 3 kali. Alright. Ibambe! Ibambe! Ibambe!
Alright, thank you so much Aiman. You may now have a seat. Tapi sebelum tu, come on lah. Kita dapat cheer daripada Team Hawk fans. Flame Boys! Belum start orang dah ada. Okay guys, when I say Flame Boys, I nak korang cheer, okay? Kita akan masuk game ketiga dah. Alright, Flame Boys! Alright guys, I rasa sekarang dah masa untuk start game ketiga dalam Best of 3 series ni. And with that, casters, take it away.
I like that Team House like, all right, let's get our boys. Where's our boys? It's all homeboy. He's being so honest. Like, putting people there. I was like, Team Hawk.
Okay, back to my question as well. Just now I brought in a question, and I really like the segue as well because it just shows how Orc have so much thought into us forming a team, and maybe that's the reason why Team Hawk and Homeboy is just doing so much work on stage, regardless of not former champions.
I would say what the org really gives the teams is a system. This is what you're supposed to do during the training. This is the kind of authority that you have to respect during training. This is how a coaching staff is supposed to work, because if you go all 10 teams, you will be surprised by all the different cultures coming in. Like, for example, for Homeboys, Daddy is very hands-on with his team. So he makes sure that if someone is out of line, he doesn't wait for the coach to say something. He, as the owner, will say something. So it's very different culture when you compare it to someone like RSG, Bounty even. So I would say when it comes to what the orgs really give for both these championship teams, it's just that for Team Hawk, they remember what they did before and they're trying to replicate it. Homeboys, I feel like they've got the hidden strategy of how they keep on improving, because even looking at the history, they started off not great, 7 and 8, but now champions.
And they've just been growing and evolving with every single season, and now that they've had the chance to taste the top of the mountain, they don't want to let go of that peak. So going into this series now, it's the final game, best of one between two former champs. Homeboys wants to prove that the players are what carry a team to victory, while Team Hawk wants to show that the process, the org, the support behind them, it doesn't matter whether it's a new face, new lineup, you can still reach that peak.
And right now, looking like the same bands, but Team Hawk is taking a bit of time to consider the last man. I feel like they really should just ban the Matilda. I don't know if they're okay, no. Homeboys.
Okay, I was surprised.
Yeah, I was surprised. Okay, so Homeboys turn to ban here. So now Team Hawk, it should be a quick Matilda ban. Yeah.
I think they have to respect that, right? Like, considering how, the Faramis was great and all, but just because of one Minotaur, the entire Nether Realm gets completely nullified because of the fact that, hey, there's so much chance CC, we can save out the damage, and the moment the Nether Realm kind of expires, this is where we just dish out everything.
I like the first pick Fredrin here because I was going to talk about how Janus was playing quite well in game number 2. Maybe out of all the tank junglers, this is his comfort. So taking it away is a good move.
It's probably the easiest overall tank jungler that's available, not to mention the one that most players will practice regardless of their background as a tank or assassin player, just because of how solid he was for how many seasons overall. This is very smart from the Homeboys as well, because it leaves Team Hawk in a situation where they may be forced to pick the Faramis if they want to deny it away, but the Valentina is still open. So I think Team Hawk going for that instead makes a lot more sense.
Huh. Interesting enough, like now with the Valentina, I guess they're anticipating that maybe Homeboys decides to go for the Faramis again, but this time they're keeping it on the downside, but they do pick in the Harif coming from Homeboys, the one that actually won the game 1. For me, I doubted them in game 1. They proved me wrong. This time, they're looking to secure the decider match for this with the Harif.
So now really it's all about Udil's hero here. They're picking up the Cho first because, again, Zorn has been performing quite well on the Cho. I'm really worried about the mid lane pickup here because we're talking about how Janus has off-meta picks. Udil is the same. He's been using the Farsa, the Faramis, and I would say to mixed success.
Yeah, I would agree as well. As of current, there's been no really clear, oh, if you pick this hero, you win situations, other than, say, with King Empire overall, which I like. I think it means the draft is a lot more balanced. We do see Homeboys, they locked in that show, which does limit their catch potential a little bit now. It means that they no longer have, the big AoE catches that, Minotaur or Grok will have. Team Hawk gonna stick with what worked previously and make sure that Iris has a hero that allows him to make an impact during team fights.
Huh. I'm surprised they actually doubled down Iris's Lapu Lapu here, considering that there's still the Paquito, there's still the Benedict that they gotta worry about, there's potentially Yuzhong as well to a certain degree. So I'm very surprised that they doubled down on this, but just because of the fact that, hey, maybe Homeboys might consider playing the Faramis, but at the same time, think about this. Because they've not shown the Faramis, Is it a possibility that this Harif is actually in the mid lane?
I think it's very less
No,
likely.
I
not
don't
likely,
like it.
no.
Payback.
Okay.
Now Team Hawk is aiming for Udil, banning out the Farsa. You know what's a shame that this hero is not meta? The Min Sitar. Because the Min Sitar is a big counter to what Homeboys has.
Yeah.
But it's unfortunate that, you know, even though on paper it can counter, but in practice, Min Sitar,
It's
If you can-
easily walkable.
if you can use it, great. But not everyone can use it.
I mean, the thing
you're
is,
smart.
Iris has
Yeah.
played it in the past. He's actually done pretty
Who?
well. Iris.
Iris.
Was it Iris? No. I think
No.
I'm thinking of someone else. But even if it's not like Vincetar, Phoveus could have been an option if Team Hunk wanted to go for it. But they wanted to have a hero that that can participate a little bit earlier without relying on the conditions of dashing. So I get what you mean, but I think Game 3, play it safe.
Because I feel like you gotta shut down the Harif, and the thing is, Harif has a Purify. With the Min Sitar, the Purify doesn't matter. You can't get out of it, right? So that's the only reason why I'm bringing it up. I know it's probably not gonna get picked up, but still, it's one of those.
Unless we see the Vincetar roll.
Oh, wow. They actually
Ooh.
shut down the Kaja. So this is a very, very interesting read here. But at the same time, you talked about how to deal with the Harif, right? Divine Judgment just completely negates whatever the Purify is.
Yep. That's why they decided to ban it out. And unfortunately, the counterpart here, Franco, is just no longer popular as a whole, which means that Team Hawk will have to rely on something else. The Ruby is still a solid pick into the Cho roam, but maybe a bit harder to catch with. We talked about the Vincetar roam potentially, but like I don't think it's gonna be the case. So yeah.
I want to see Zord play it, but again, like you said, unlikely is going to be the question here. But Ruby, safe pick here coming from Iris on the X. Wait a minute. This is a
Ruby roam.
Ruby roam.
Yeah.
Ruby roam.
Right. Okay. Most likely it's going to be Ruby roam.
Yeah, because
I don't
Norm
see
played
it as
the
a
game
jungle,
one.
right?
Yeah,
Okay.
Nora played the game 1. So now for Homeboys, it's all about getting their mid lane. The Fireman's is still up, but even Team High show like they kind of don't care about the Fireman's. Like you guys can get it. The Benedetta has been picked up. A good pick going up against the Lapu Lapu. I feel like even Odio's like stressing over this. There's a lot of good picks though. Nana, but it looks like they're picking out a Novaria.
Okay. They double down. They secure the Novaria away from Lexia, which it's kind of surprising. But again, Valentina already secured for Lexia instead. So I'm very surprised that Lexia has been doing good on the Novaria,
Like I said,
but you know, doesn't want to go for it.
Novaria is best friends with Fredrin. And now adding the Cho as well is going to be a little bit easier for Zorn to get those pickoffs.
Yeah, I like this a lot. And the fact they lock in the Benedetta along with it as well basically denies a lot of ways that Team Hawk could jump that backline to find her. This now final pick here, the jungle for the side of Team Hawk is going to need to be something that applies a good amount of pressure overall.
Pick Deer off.
Boxia is the safest, but Akai.
Hi.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess Akai works quite well here as well. If the Cho tries to pick him off, Heavy spins away. If I can help his teammates out, so I like the Akai pick.
Yeah, it seems like the Akai pick is intended to deal with the Harif, right? Like the first game, they had issues dealing with the Harif, but this game, they are focusing in ways to just limit mobilities for the Harif. And I really like the adaptation in the draft from both sides.
Yeah, it's not just the Harif as well. Before Barat was popular, Akai was like the premier counter to the Fredrin. Just pin him against a wall, he can't really do too much. And a counter to Cho. So it makes a lot of sense. Both sides have a good team fight pressure. Their scaling is in tune. The balance between these team dynamics has reached its peak. But which one will come out on top?
Well, we gotta find out. The decider match of this series is gonna be none other than Homeboys going up against Team Hawk. Who's gonna take the crown for this match? Because as of yet, they have to duke it out as we head into the Land of Dawn.
I really want to see how Lexia plays this Valentina because I feel like this Valentina pick is going to make or break the team. Winning and losing is all on the Valentina shoulders because I feel like he can do a lot, but he can do a lot of misplays as well. Janice as well has to make sure that his heavy spin doesn't hurt his own team. Either lock anyone from the side of Homeboys or push them away. Don't push them towards your team when your team is low and etc.
Yeah, you gotta make sure you coordinate well, especially when you have other forms of displacement like the Ruby here. If you don't combo together well, you could end up with Noir pulling people in and then the Heavy Spin pushing them away.
Exactly.
Okay, that's gonna be a little bit of a weird interaction, right? But I see where you guys are getting at as well. But Zorn now, you know, he's taking a little bit too much damage this game. Could this be a problem though?
Well, he's recalling, yeah. He's recalling, so it should be fine. Looks like no aggression going into the jungle as well. So it looks like for this game, everyone is going to be able to farm relatively fair. No one is going to get any kind of cheeky rotations, but I say that, but Noir is ready.
Oh boy, the minions gave Noir away. That's so unlucky though.
I mean, it's part of the game. That is a genuine way of scouting out if anyone is hiding in these brushes here. Janna's gonna start invading to steal away some camps. We already saw Chibi do the exact same thing on the opposite side.
Steal it.
Of the map.
Oh
But
my
Zorn,
god, Zorn. Again.
He's a
flexing.
jungler. He's a jungler. He's a roam jungler.
Yep, you can never truly escape your roots.
That is insane. Like Zorn has been stealing camps after camps 3 games in a row. Like Janus hasn't had a good time at all. And now bottom lane, Supa taking a little bit too much damage. He is going to be able to get out. Janus thinking of whether or not he should commit with the heavy spin. But as of yet, Turtle just spawned Noir. Almost hitting those 4. Needs that I am offended for now. But it seems like Chibi doesn't want to give it to him. Chibi is going to back off for now. It's like I said, for Noir. Iris pops out here, and Zorn taking a little bit too much. A big snap comes in. Zorn is gonna get out, and Homeboys will reset this. And Team Hawk, they get nothing for this as well.
Well, they actually got a lot. They got a flicker coming out of Zorn, so if they want, they can contest with the Turtle, especially because the heavy spin is still on to Janus. So Team Hawk, will they use this advantage knowing that quite a few skills have been used, or they're just gonna let it through? So for now, they are contesting the Turtle. I feel like they should be able to get this. The only thing that you have to be careful of is Supa.
Interesting enough, Janus and Chibi looking for the level 5 retribution here. Now he's gonna get pinned. If he becomes in, oh, Chibi right at the edge. He caught out, and now the Turtle 20%. Electro final blow comes in. They take Chibi out, and that's gonna be Iris' first blood as well as the Turtle in favor of Hawk.
I do feel like the resources there were used a little bit messily by both teams, but Team Hawk were able to force out a lot of resources from Chibi, and Chung came out very early on. Even if it meant that the heavy spin was a little bit wasted overall, they were able to get that first Turtle and secure a bit of a lead for themselves.
Iris is doing so well on this Lapu Lapu, man. Like, he's holding Supa down, and he's making sure that he's very much useful in the team fight, especially around the Turtle there. From the previous game as well as this game, I kind of feel like for this, Iris might be the match MVP. He's doing so well.
I wouldn't be surprised. This is a man that wants to achieve that victory. And while he is the type of player that wants to 1v1 an ego challenge, he knows his limits, he knows what the team needs him to do, and he's more than happy to fulfill whatever role is necessary depending on the situation.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Iris is somehow able to kind of match up Supa's wave clearing, right? Like, by now, I was expecting that maybe Supa would have just cut the creep wave, just annoy, out-rotate, etc. But now, Heavy Spin comes in. The Astro Echo comes in as well. Saka needs to back out, but Noir getting caught out with the Wave of the Dragon. He somehow manages to buy so much time and outlast the Salmon Force. And nothing happened. They just forced a couple of flickers, and that's it.
Well, Nats didn't have his items just yet. Now that he has to start himself, Zorn.
Wait,
you really want to commit to it?
Okay.
I mean, Nats just used the Salmon Force. I don't know why he tried to force something there.
I think he expected that it would be 1 or 2 people at most. The third person really threw him off there, so he was forced to use Flicker to escape. But it's still okay overall. We have to note that Homeboy's scaling is good with the Novaria. Team Hack is good scaling with the carry, so neither team really desperately needs to look for that early lead.
Look at the damage Iris onto Supa.
God. I feel bad for Supa right now. Iris is just an absolute monster. It just completely takes into the sword, just completely chomping them down one by one. And now Chibi gets scouted out by Iris. It's like, you know what? Chibi, I can handle you. I'm level 8. You're level 7. I'm just going to stun lock you to a point that you don't even make it to the turtle. And he might actually get killed there. Almost getting killed.
Wait, Udyr got it?
What?
Udyr got it?
What? How? Replay.
He sniped it.
How? From where?
From the mid lane.
Clearly, we were not paying attention to Udil, and neither was Team Hawk there. That is a huge waste.
Subpat with the retry plays now. Lexia going for the way of the dragon. Catches Subpat mid-animation. What a kill. And seems like there's going to be more now. Zorn, Shunpo gets locked up. And again, a heavy spin trying to chip him away. But the Zaman Force just keeping the rest of Team Hawk at bay. Not wanting to commit to this fight.
That's what we saw. I'm offended, pulling him in, and then heavy spin pulling him back out.
Unfortunately, he would have actually gotten the pin if not for the fact that Zorn actually got a Shunpo to go to the other side of the Akai. He was actually getting pinned properly, but the Shunpo timing was just perfect enough to make it so that the heavy spin would push him away instead. So you can't even really blame Janus there. It's just that he didn't get the pin fast enough. But with a single snipe onto that turtle, we can see that Homeboys have regained some momentum here.
And now with the kick coming in as well.
Oh,
the flicker! The counter flick to make sure he gets caught. But now he won't trade his life. Saken, half HP. And the Abrasion's wrap! 1 HP. Saken makes it out alive. But Janus now looking for the pin. But do they have to... Oh, the damage not good enough. Heavy spin comes in. Tries to catch Udil. He needs to run. Iris is there. They're going to go chomp. Udil. He's trying to run, but he cannot. And Lexia getting bullied by Chibi, but Lexia says, I don't really care. There's nothing much this Frederick can do, but at the same time, Chibi, he's out of position. He needs to get out. Minion gives him a little bit of aggro. He can walk down here, but he's gonna get pinned now. Gets pulled back. Tara comes in. Chibi is dead. Mistakes were made. Over-aggression punished, but Subpat will say, don't worry, I've got your back. Saken is dead, and I'm out of here.
The entire map is a battlefield right now.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not really sure why Chibi was that far in. He tried to dive in to get a kill on the Lexia or something, but there's not really much a reason to do that. Now, without the jungler, can Team Hack secure this?
Well, Wave of the Dragon used on Janus, Salmon Force as well. They're going to try and chip away, but Nats gets pulled away. Janus lives for now, but again, Zorn is trying to set up for a couple of fights, but the Terrifying from Lexia is just extremely annoying right now. Janus secures the turtle, and they won't get out.
At this point, who wins, really? Because at one point, it's like, okay, Homeboys got it, and then wait, no. Team Hawk, they got it. They've been jumping back and forth here.
Okay, he's going to find the... Oh, no, the Shunpo.
Well timed.
Zorn. What a... Like, is that like Ultra Instinct by him again?
Yeah,
Insane.
that's probably about there. We are definitely seeing a much more balanced team fight in this game in particular. Both sides, their team compositions make a lot more sense logically as compared to the previous 2 games we saw. And the team fights are basically reflecting that here because resources have become so much more important overall.
At this point, 3 bans isn't enough for Homeboys. I'm pretty sure someone wants to ban the Cho. I'm pretty sure that's what people want to do.
How many is ideal then?
5 just for Zorn.
Okay. Means basically every roamer out there.
Exactly.
So every team needs like their usual bans and then like exclusive Zorn bans.
Exactly. Yeah.
So you need a total of 10 bans.
This is what happens when you're 13 seasons in the league.
Okay.
And now the Harif coming in from Nats already has 2 items, the Starlim Scythe as well as the Feather Event. And now the Holy Crystal The Holy Crystal is going to deal quite a lot of burst damage here. So I feel like Team Hawk, they will be quite punished if anyone is caught off guard.
Now, seeing how Chibi is getting a little bit angsty here. Janus quickly level on, gets 2 men stunned here. Noir taking too much damage, gets chased easy, but he gets out! The flicker is good! And the Salmon Force expended. Nets losing a majority of his damage is going to be a big problem for this next fight.
I mean, that initial damage almost killed Noir, so I would say it's worth it.
That was pretty scary. Unfortunately, Noir could have gotten a hook, but he expected Chibi to walk backwards. Instead, Chibi just kept going, so he missed out on that I'm offended and couldn't continue the fight. You can see now Zorn really feeling it as well. He was already spam recalling. The fans were cheering. The next Lord going to now be contested. And we can see that Saken is being forced to defend bot lane.
Oh, Lexia. He was thinking about kicking the right angle, but Subpat gets a little bit off angle. Now counters Petrify. Electro final blow out of there. Now Noir is dead. Now Zorn catching on Janus, forcing the heavy spin. If they have to get Lexia out. But the snipes from Udil is going to be good. They take down 2. Team Hawk out of the equation. Homeboys! What an outplay!
That's a mistake. Again, Team Hack, your main source of DPS, is nowhere near. And yes, while Lexia has some damage and Cat, I think Sabat is probably the last person they should go for because of how many ways he has of getting out. So because of all the resources they used just to not kill the Benedetta, that fight was already lost.
And now, Homeboys, they're taking every standing objective there is. Almost 5,000 gold lead here. Team Hawk, this is the same problem they had before. They don't have a way to deal with the Harith. They got the Akai, but it looks like that's not enough. That's barely doing anything.
Even a single trade by Sabat here, already dropping Janus down to half HP. I do kind of want to see his items. It's surprising how non-tanky he is overall. Just got that Radiant and now. This tower is going to fall. The question is how many more will?
Yeah, indeed. But seeing how things are escalating right now with the Lord coming in from the bottom side, Team Hawk getting the full echo gain, but Chibi, no, right at the edge, he got the taunt on Saken though. Now heavy spin pins on both of them. They're in trouble, but the Lecto final blow from but as well as Lexia is gonna be able to hold things on. And Team Hawk, what a counter engagement, what a pin from Janus as well.
That was beautiful, but Nets almost outplayed that. The only reason he died is that he took a turret shot. If he didn't, then I think that he would have survived because he was still able to get out of the heavy spin. So, I don't know. I kind of feel like if Team Hawk can shut down Nets, that's your winning condition.
Absolutely. Now that you're at this stage of the game, gold laners again are going to become the primary target. We can see Nets at the top of the damage ranking, but Iris right behind him, beyond the Novaria as well. So this Lapu has been making an impact. We can see why they decided to prioritize it over other EXP laners in this draft. Homeboys may have fed a little bit too much in that previous engagement, but they still have the lead and they still have the map control. Just look at how many towers they have.
Yeah, I was about to mention that as well. Like, it felt like this game has gone out to about 20 minutes so far, but considering that, wait, all the tier 1s are still alive and it's only 12 minutes in the game.
Yeah, it's only 30 minutes. Yeah, I didn't...
Like, it felt like it was a 30
longer,
minute game, right?
It felt longer, yeah.
It felt so much longer. It was like, what is this game? Like, is this like an all-out brawl? Is this like a high-level thing I'm not knowing about as well? Because I know in the interviews, like Udio did mention as well, like when you're playing MPL MY, they just want to fight. Whereas PH and Indo, it's all about objectives, objectives, and objectives. But I'm liking this though. Like, there's a reason why we're the most entertaining region.
Yeah, we gotta respect the jungle. May not be the best jungle, but you know what? It's entertaining.
You gotta respect the law of the jungle.
It's the law
Don't
of
break
our
the laws.
jungle.
Law of our jungle. You come here to fight.
Hey.
But prove your worth.
Show your worth.
Now, Chibi looking straight into Janus's eyes.
Janus is only 13.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Wait,
okay.
wait, did he use Unoffended?
But yeah,
Yes,
first
he did.
blunder, and I can hear the crowd was like laughing at him, but at the same time, that was a little bit weird.
I mean, like, here's the thing. Unoffended is not that long of a cooldown, but the conceal is.
Oh yeah,
Right?
big problem. Meanwhile, Iris now going to be forced to defend against the bottom lane. Sabat already setting up the lane to be shoved on the bottom. Meanwhile, Homeboys still at a stalemate, slowly whittling down the Lord. Half HP by now, but a shot from Udil Saken, dropping half, and Chibi. Ooh, Appraisal's Wrath. Not sure what's that about though. Reset comes in again. Zor now with the kick. Janus down half HP. Forces the heavy speed. Needs to get out. Noir getting taunted out. Not getting I'm offended. Finally catches on GB. They're gonna burst him down. No jungler. No Lordo. And Iris! What a stomp! And Homeboys, they get completely wiped. Yo! What a play! But the minions are coming. Lexia needs to defend. And Team Hawk, what a decisive counter engagement.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
You were saying the crowd was laughing? Well, laugh at that, man. He was able to catch Chibi with the flicker as well.
That was literally an anime protagonist moment.
Oh,
coming
yeah.
out from Team Hawk.
That was
Noir
sick.
getting the flicker hook into two-man stun from Iris.
That was sick. That was insane. But now, with no Chibi in the pool, he's just got up on as well. And it seems like the Lord will be in the hands as well. Noir trying to zone off Udil unless Udil goes for the snipe. He's thinking about it as well. Last two bars, Roar giving the information. Chibi walking his way up. Can he just walk up? Iris looking for the stun as well. Lexia going for the kick. They're going to buy him one more time. Janus going for the hit. Who's going to get ready? Oh! It's going to be Chibi! But, oh boys, they need to get out. Chibi down half HP, but Nets, it gets the kill. He fights the shutdown. Nets 2 down. Suck is still alive. Someone trying to take him out, but Team Hawk will have to back out. And the Astro Snipe Meteor does not connect. What a game.
This is a game.
I don't know what I'm watching here.
I'm loving it.
This is MPL MY. If
Most
you're depressed, come
entertaining
watch
region.
here.
Seek help. Call Lofel. Helpla.
Yeah, the Lord now going to be pushing down bottom lane. Sapat still 15 seconds away. Lexia and Iris will be back for this defense. But it's a 4v3 right now. Homeboys looking to get as many structures as they can find.
Start with the kick. They found Noir. He's not getting out. Iris, Socket back in action. They have to clear the minions. The Lord crashing in. Homeboys slowly waiting for the right moment here again. Zorn, he's gonna go for setup as well. Lexia with the stolen way of the dragon. And Homeboys, they've got to respect Lexia's kick. They've got to respect the heavy spin. Janus still holding it on. And Homeboys has no choice but to say it's not worth it.
Yeah, at this point, Homeboys, they don't want to make a mistake because they know Team Hawk is capable of getting a comeback here.
With the orange buff up on Nets, maybe things will be a little bit changed here. Inhibitor will fall. Seems like objective is going to be the idea from Homeboys as they go in for the reset.
These teams have basically just been trading in these team fights just enough to keep themselves in the game. Every single time they face off, if they had gotten like literally one less kill, then the game would have already ended in one way or another, showing just how close the situation has become. Team Hack unfortunately now no longer has any towers defending their crystal, and that is the worst situation you can find yourself in when you're up against something like a Benedetta.
Tough news here is that Nets now has the Oracle, so if he's hard to be taken down before, it's going to be tougher now. Conceal play finds Noir.
Okay, Astro Echo comes in. Zorn, no, he tried to get for the kick, but he gets pulled instead. He's going to get bursted down, and now the Purifier of the Nets, the Salmon Force is left completely useless in the hands of the heavy spin from Janus.
How are you going to stop Nets? How are you going to stop Nets?
Pin him on the wall.
They did that. They did that. And they still couldn't do it.
No, but they actually forced out the Purify. They got the Purify. They actually almost stunned him again with the Landshaker. If he didn't dash away in time, he may have actually died there. But Team Hawk are still defending. The concealed play by Zorn a little bit overextended here. And the Way of the Dragons, stolen by Lexia this game, have been doing work.
I mean, Lexia has cojones. Out of all the ults,
I'm not gonna lie.
take the Way of the Dragon?
This is the best Lexia I've seen in a while since Season 7. It's been a long time, think about it.
You know, against like Chibi,
Right.
Sabat, like Way of Dragon honestly is a good choice here. That single target lockdown.
It's insane. But nevertheless here, Lord Dance comes in. Minions, they have to be quick here as well. Team Hawk needs to be a little bit more decisive now. As Chibi does have immortality. The snipes comes in. Noir. Oof.
Ooh, look at Sabat. He's trying to cut waves as well. He's just waiting for Iris to leave.
If he can win the game, might as well just win the game, no?
Right?
Okay, smart. Good read, though. Very good read by Iris, actually. Not showing himself here. Not giving them any doubts as Team Hawk wants to play this slow. But Sabat showing himself up top means that Iris is going to be forced to defend against this up top. And that means it's go time for Homeboys.
Yeah.
Now that they've seen Iris is up top, quite a big threat is far, far, far away. I wonder what is Iris' call here, because now Homeboys, they're going for this Lord.
Okay, Astro Echo already used. Team Hawk, they've got to wait it out. 20% left, but oh my goodness, Chibi with the taunt right at the edge of the Astro Echo here. But now with the stolen one by Lexia as well. He's going to get a shot from the face by Udil. Lord again. Zord with the kick. And now with the saves as well. But the snipes, oh my goodness. Socket and Noir survive that. They are going to be backing out to reset this. not worth it. And the Lord will be secured by Chibi. Tactical plays, tactical objectives by Homeboys.
It's unfortunate that Team Hawk found themselves at such a big structural disadvantage early on in the game, because if they had even a couple towers standing here, they could have stayed to contest that. But the risk of Sapat coming in and backdooring was too high. They had to cut their losses. But can they defend a 20-minute Lord with 0 inhibitors?
I don't know, man. This is going to be tough. Because looking at the cooldown timers...
Oh, wait, what? Lexia? He popped the Winter Dragon. No! That might be a misclick. But at the same time now, Iris half HP Chibi looking for the plays here, but here comes the kick by Zor. Janus forced to go for the heavy spin to zone them out. Sabat gets bursted down, but he has the immortality. He swapped the Winter Trunket. He might fall, but he will. And there's going to be a lot of Winter Trunkets across the map. The crystal getting chipped away. Zor, they're holding on, but Team Hawk, they're holding on. They're trying their best, but the Lord knocking the crystal. Do they have the damage? They don't. They're whittling it down. Some pressures all the way through. It's done. Homeboys, they have done it. They take down the crystal. They are the winners of Game 3. A very long, drawn-down one. What a game we have witnessed here. What a game here in MPSJ.
We were hyping up the last match as the match to watch.
Oh, yeah.
And these two teams were like, how about no?
How about no? Because I don't know what's going to happen in the last game, but I feel like it's not going to be this tight, man. This was so close. Legit, there were moments where I feel like, oh, Team Hawk can't do this. But then they showed glimpses that, like, they can. Noir played a big role in this game. So is Iris. But now we got to go back to the stage with Rose, as well as Homeboys, for the interview.
Kemenangan kedua untuk pasukan Homeboys di minggu kedua MPL Malaysia musim ke-13. Okay, are you guys okay? Last game tu macam susah sikit kan? Sengit.
Betul, sengit.
Okay, so let's start with Chibi dulu ah. So, I dengar that Chibi kata Chibi nak fight dengan jungler import. Sekarang dah lawan jungler import. So, how is Chibi feeling lepas lawan jungler import?
Tak mahu kontroversi lagi tau.
Bukan I yang decide. You decide. You answer properly.
Mungkin... Apa soalan tadi? Lupa.
Tadi you dah lawan jungler import. So, sebab you katakan you nak lawan jungler import. So, sekarang how are you feeling lepas lawan dorang?
Rasanya tak ada apa-apa pun sebab dia berkata dia jungler reject. Sebab tu dia hantar ke Malai.
Okay, you tadi dah lawan Janus. So, jungler mana lagi yang you nak lawan dekat MPL?
Sebabkan kita Malay Pride kan. RSG kot, but ada Venom God. RSG.
Okay, Venogo.
Yeah.
Dari Philippines juga. Oh,
Yeah.
dia nak, he wants to slay the Filipino junglers in Malaysia. Betul?
Yeah.
Macam tu. Okay, can we please pass the mic to Pubs? I nak tanya satu soalan.
Nice.
Okay, Coach. Sekarang MPL dah 2 minggu. Arlet di-pick 9 kali, 0% win rate. First time tadi, menang. Apa yang you rasa pasukan lain buat salah dan Homeboys dapat jawab, Homeboys dapat buat betul?
Saya rasa sebab kita orang dah kalah dulu. So syarat nak menang kena kalah dulu.
So you learn from your mistakes and from there you guys brushed up on Arlet. Tu yang dapat menang.
Betul.
Alright, thank you. Okay, can we... Siapa? Nets. I memang nak interview Nets. Siapa? Oh. Okay, Nets. Okay, guys, sebelum apa-apa, I dengar cerita Nets dah pandai cakap bahasa Melayu. Okay, they said Nets can now speak Malay well. Nets, can you say something in Malay? Good words, please.
Assalamualaikum.
Alright guys, sebelum kita continue, korang rasa siapakah MVP perlawanan ini? Okay, MVP in 3, 2, 1. Wow. Okay, Nets, now that you're the MVP of this match, because last week, after your first defeat, you looked really sad in the media room. Do you feel like you're slowly redeeming yourself?
Yeah.
Anong masasabi mo sa laro mo ngayon? Tingin mo ba gumagaling na kayo? Tingin mo ba na parang mas malakas na kayo at kaya nyo ulit mag-back-to-back champion? Kagaya na palagi sinasabi ni Daddy. Sorang suruh dia jawab Melayu, sorang suruh jawab Tagalog. Member dah stress. Pwede ka mag-Tagalog, it's okay.
Para sa akin po, marami pa po kaming mga maling nagagawa.
So feeling mo ba na nare-redeem nyo na yung sarili nyo?
Ano po, meron pa pong mga problema na di naaayos sa laro.
Okay. Sebab I tanya dia, minggu lepas dorang kalah kan, dekat media room, dia yang paling sedih actually. Muka dia macam kecewa sangat. Lepas tu ada satu media tanya, kenapa muka dia paling kecewa walaupun baru first game. Dan dia cakap dia actually kecewa dengan diri sendiri, tu yang dia tak nak cakap. So I tanya, dengan kemenangan ni dapat MVP lagi, adakah dia rasa that Homeboys dah slowly redeeming themselves musim ni sebab slow start kan, rough start. Dia cakap actually banyak lagi problems yang boleh solve internally dengan playstyle dorang, tapi dia yakin dorang boleh pergi jauh. Gitu. Alright. Udil. Tak, sabar Cibi. Udil nak balik raya dah. Cuba cakap ucapan hari raya dekat semua orang yang datang ataupun tengah tengok dekat rumah.
Wish Raya Kak?
Ya, wish raya.
Jujur aku alergik tuh ke mic ini Kak. Sebab terlalu kontroversi, too hot lah ketika aku handle nih mic. Tapi aku pun naraya dan aku tanah bikin kontroversi. So cakap yang baik-baik saja tak apa kan?
Yes,
Okay.
I memang nak you cakap baik-baik.
For the production team, bila kalian narembers, konteks saya lah. Kami dari keluarga Homeboys mengucapkan selamat Hari Raya Idul Fitri 1445 Hijriah. Minal aizin wal faizin. Mohon maaf lahir dan batin.
Alright. Wow, mantap. Oh, wow. Alright, terima kasih kepada pasukan Homeboys. You guys may now celebrate your victory. Aduh, interview Homeboys ni memang tak pernah fail mengecewakan I. Alright guys, so with that, another 2-1 game seru Saturday, but the fun doesn't end here sebab sekejap lagi kita ada perlawanan yang akan jadi sangat panas juga, which is SRG TODAK. Tapi sebelum perlawanan tu, mari let's throw it back to the casters untuk dapat tahu apa yang jadi dalam game ketiga ni. Casters, silakan.
You know what? I have a new goal in life.
Mic drop.
Make enough money that I can say in production, just send the bill to me, all right? Give some kind of speech, mic drop.
Damn.
This is like, just give the bill to me. I got you.
That's probably like the best way to leave the stage you could possibly do.
I mean, like, the mic drop itself is impressive, but you're flexing like, I got the money, just give me the bill.
No, Homeboys must be paying him really, really well.
Yeah.
I want to be part of the Homeboys now.
Oh, yeah, everyone wants to be part of Homeboys. We got to talk about Nets here. Total Kitty 8, 9, 2, and 6. And again, how can you stop this Harif? This cat has 9 lives.
That is true. The fact that he was able to survive a lot of these engagements shows that he's very comfortable with the hero. And this is a hero that he would use to play back even when it wasn't as popular as it was now, showing that there's a degree of confidence in this pocket pick overall. And we can see that when he's playing in the Land of Dawn. It's a hero that naturally has a lot of pressure in the goal lane, but he's able to turn that into teamfight pressure, into more farm. And yeah, definitely a deserved MVP.
That's the problem of Harif, right? If you are always popping those chrono dashes during Zab and Falls, you are going to stack up those shields. So what can you do to counter it here? Like, do you go for heroes like Esmeralda? Do you go for the Akai? And I felt like, despite all odds, I don't think Team Hawk had a bad draw for this game. They really, really tried out their best, but in terms of execution, it could have gone either ways. It came down to just like small, little mistakes. That's all.
Yeah, I gotta agree, but I kind of feel like the mistakes have been forced out by Homeboys because we see Zorn forcing out a lot of abilities. He's like, I'm not going for the squishies. I'm going for Noir. I'm going for Janus. I'm gonna force out all the alts. Now that the alts are gone, you guys can't really do anything to defend yourself. So I like that Zorn understands that he doesn't have to get the damage dealers. It's fine to get the front lines as long as he makes sure that they are a non-factor.
Homeboys knows that their lineup excels at disrupting the enemy teamfight lineup. Like basically not allowing Team Hack to position themselves in very comfortable ways. Like you mentioned, Zorn looking for the frontliners. Whoever he can get, he's going to kick. The Astral Echo slowing people down so that Sabak can jump in with the Electro to cut the fight in half. Makes it so easy for Nets to just jump around because Team Hack are mainly concerned with catching someone, with making sure that they're not being dived on by Sabat and Zorn. It's a lot of things to think about. Despite all of that, they actually got some really clean team fights. They were able to keep themselves in the game for a very long time despite everything. So I still have to give a lot of praise to them.
And honestly, looking at the game, looking at the damage dealt by everyone, it does seem like Saken was not doing that well. He does not have a good time moving forward to dish out the damage compared to Nets. Like, I feel like this is the biggest difference maker where both players, one has been allowed to do whatever he wants. Saken was handcuffed basically.
You know, that's the difference between this game and last game, right? Like, you know, Homeboys last game, they had tankier heroes. And in this game, Carry can't exactly take advantage of those, you know, high HP heroes to do a lot of true damage except for Chibi. And if Saken solely focus on Chibi, he is going to get caught out by Zorn. So that's going to be like, you know, between a situation where what do you do? And every single time this happens as well, Team Hawk has been just trying to set up after setups by Iris. And it's a big problem eventually though.
Yeah, now total turret damage. Not even 1,000 for Team Hawk.
Yeah, it feels bad. Considering their performance overall as well, you wouldn't expect this kind of thing. They were only able to get one turret at the very end of the game, and it was because minions finally pushed it down at the very end. So Homeboys were doing a great job of just basically shoving Team Hack back into their half of the map.
Now looking at the total healing, I don't know. I feel like Team Hawk, they're so close. I feel like they're very close to finding their true identity in how to play this current meta. And once they crack it, they're going to start contending with all of these big teams. With that being said, Homeboys, even though this is a victory for them, as the defending champions, they need to get a bigger gap. Because right now, they're in range of all the other teams. The other teams can catch up. If they want to become back-to-back champions, they need to increase the gap.
Yeah, I agree. And speaking of gaps as well, we're talking about experimentals throughout the entire week, right? Like, they are kind of experimenting with both Udio and Nets. Not gonna lie, not the most ideal chemistry as well. I think Zorn did mention it in his interview, saying that, oh, it's gonna take a little bit more time because back then, Warlord and Ryzo, they already bonded for one season. But this time for Nets and Udio, it is a new journey for them. And despite all that, they're doing pretty okay, to be honest. Even though, again, like you said as well, it takes a little bit more time, but it feels like they're getting there. They're getting there.
Yeah, Rich Guy is Nets 775 gold per minute, which honestly isn't that much, but considering how long the game was, it's still relatively good. The carry Udil ramped up the damage come late game, 104,000 damage dealt. Sandbag Noir, 143,000 damage taken, and Janus, 9 total assists. Pretty spicy about them saying that he's a rejected jungler though.
Yeah,
that was a little.
That's something. Like
the thing is, they already said, okay, no more controversy. We don't want to go into the FYP. Please don't ask us dangerous questions. But then they do it themselves.
Yeah, literally says, I don't want any controversy. Then says, oh, I was playing against a rejected jungler. Like, a match made in heaven, right? That's exactly what you'd expect him to say after the first sentence, right?
It's this kind of players is why there's a translator.
Oh, exactly.
Speaking of translators here, that Udil snipe right there was so sexy, though. Right at the edge, though. Damn.
And right now, Homeboys, I feel like throughout the highlight, it's really about them being patient. And this is such a good play by Noir.
This was such a big turnaround. A nice flicker hook. We see the two-man Landshaker. If not for Sabat diving the backline and taking out Saken here, Team Hack may have won off of this team fight alone.
No, I don't think they would have won the whole game, but they would have been able to open up the map a little bit more for sure.
I feel like Sakin needs to step up, honestly. Because I feel like out of everyone from Team Hawk, he needs to show a little bit more. Maybe he has to use a different kind of hero because it doesn't seem like he's in range to dish out the damage.
You know, we were kind of skeptical on Janus for the past few games as well. Like, oh, he doesn't have a lot of hero pool, blah, blah, blah. But think about it, right? Despite getting shut down by Zord multiple times from Game 2 and Game 3, he somehow finds his way into the league game and still make plays for the team. And this kind of puts it in a situation where, like, is it a Janus thing? Or is it a team not making sure that he's okay? But, of course, with that being said, that we are going to leave that story for another day as we take a look at the overall standings with Homeboys taking the game 2-1. They are going to take 5th spot for now, whereas Team Hawk will remain at the borderline on 6th place.
The interesting thing here is Monster Vicious has 1 win, Homeboys has 2 wins. Monster Vicious has 2 losses, Homeboys has 1 loss. But the Monster Vicious is 1 point ahead of Homeboys.
Sometimes it really does come down to those clean sweeps. That is the value of getting the 2-0.
Exactly.
You really want to make sure that your series go clean. It's no longer the case like in the past where there's a little bit of freedom to experiment somewhat. You really got to lock things down.
And this is why I feel like majority of the teams, they're very close to Homeboys. Homeboys is nowhere near untouchable as they were during their championship run. They got a lot to catch up on because I feel like Homeboys also needs to use this break to make sure that they get to a quality where no one can touch them.
Yeah, this is going to be a long journey. And for sure, I feel like there is a lot to touch on based on the patch and how they approach their team fights. But not gonna lie, that game itself, even though it was a little bit messy, it is still a work of art. Like, you've got to trust the process of just taking step by step, one by one to make it to the journey, especially if their goal is going to be, by the end of the year, M6.
It was exciting, and you wouldn't expect the game to be as entertaining as it was when one team basically couldn't take a single tower throughout the whole game.
Oh, yeah.
It speaks to how well Team Hawk were able to hold things together despite an early game disadvantage. And the fact is that Homeboys, while they do still have a lot of work to do, we're seeing them improve with every single series, along with the rest of the teams here in MPL MY. The gap is no longer as big, not purely because Homeboys has dropped off, but because everyone else is starting to catch up.
We gotta look at the next match here because Selangor Giants will be going up against TODAK, where it looks like when it comes to gaps, it does feel like Selangor Giant has a huge lead over everyone else because they were able to 2-0 Homeboys. Homeboys has been winning 2-1 against other teams.
You know, this is going to be a question for me in particular, for TODAK in particular, right? Like, hey, is it the org? Is it the players? In this case, TODAK, completely new roster as well. Do you think that's going to be the case? Because Selangor Giants, when they came in, they brought it hard. They brought it strong. They gave in a bunch of new players that, hey, we've not seen these guys before, but they are just destroying one of the best teams Malaysia has to offer, and now they are a staple name here in MPL.
I feel like 2-0. Selangor Giants. So
I wouldn't be surprised as well.
Easy.
Even with my
I don't
bias,
think it's a debate.
Like with Zion Sempoy, like I have to agree somewhat. Selangor Giants have been playing just on a different level than everyone we've seen here in MPL. And I think the players have things to prove here, considering the legacy that TODAK has. Like, not to mention, we have Humes on the Red Giants.
Okay.
I think he's got something to prove.
I feel like
Staffa.
I feel like Selangor Giant is the only team that is international level ready yet.
Traitor. I thought you were a Zion Senpai fanboy. How could you betray TODAK?
I think as a fan, I am the most critical. I want the people I support to do well, and I'm gonna criticize them if they don't do well.
That's why we give them tough love.
Yeah,
hey,
that's the term. Yes, I was looking for that. Thank you.
What an interesting way of showing love. Never knew it, but...
Oh, no, I do that too.
Were you spoiled as a child?
Oh, yeah. Were you? I was slapped as a child.
I both. I did both. Like, I was spoiled, and I was slapped as well.
That's tough love.
Okay.
Now you know.
Only in Asia. Only in Asia.
Either ways, we're going for a short break. After this, it's going to be Selangor Giants going up against TODAK. We're going for a break, so in the meantime, please enjoy the mic check.
semua. Sungguh berat yang ku rasa, karena kamu aku tetap bertahan.
Bikin hero. Cibi. Mati.
Nice one. Go Imo.
Wait, cepat. Go. Hero. Dapat. Aku kill.
Oh shit.
Boleh. Free. Nice one.
No purify. Back. Boleh.
Purify, Roger. Nice one.
Pantai.
Kasih tahu.
Ultiku ready, Pan.
Orang. Tahu. Nice one.
Alhamdulillah. Amadil. Nice jump. Nice shot. Nice ball.
Nice one. Hero.
Boleh.
Second guys.
Can give you.
Si.
Boleh.
Cibi. Mati. Son. Nice.
Bagus itu.
Last hitter.
Cast Fedrin.
Go.
Nice one. Mampus. Nice.
Chill.
Selective guys. Alhamdulillah. Ada bus panjang.
Hai, Ruby.
Nice, Ruby. Ada bola.
Ada bola.
Nice.
Rock 18.
Nice one. Nah, press. 7 minit. Nice.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MAL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MAL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MAL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MAL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MAL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke playoff akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia, persiapkan strategi anda, bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Tapi sekarang ni Leksia telah pun dipaksa. Zon lakukan sepakan.
Oh, cantik. Cuba untuk mendapat Noah telah pun ditumpang oleh Nat sampai ada second. Dia cuba untuk menang ke hadapan tapi second media damage cukup besar melarikan diri tapi tak boleh nak larikan diri Udil. Terus menangkap second.
Kali ini nampak lebih yakin untuk mereka lakukan sebarang tindakan.
Udil dah buka nether realm cuba untuk mendapatkan nyawa pasukan Homeboys tapi tim Hak cuba untuk memaksa lagi keadaan bergerak ke depan. Tapi tengok bagaimana barang belakang sempat cuba untuk datang tapi Udil telah pun ditentukan oleh Sakian. Noah juga dah tak ada. Ini mereka cuba untuk macam mangsa untuk melarikan diri pada genggaman pasukan Homeboys. Noir melakukan tarikan kata Chibi untuk melarikan diri tapi Chibi dijatuhkan oleh Sakian. Zon bergerak ke hadapan. Adanya Nat yang akan menarik sekali damage tapi sempat tiba-tiba saja pada belakang cuba untuk macam mangsa ada Sakian hilang. Tapi sempat ditumpang oleh Sakian pula.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia, layari laman rasmi Liga Isukan nombor 1 Malaysia untuk dapatkan maklumat terkini dan lengkap. Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Versus satu Skylar can you do it dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Avalanche fight as Lone gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for TODAK as most of the...
Yun, meron na sipatin siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin. Ang 4v1! Backline already, and they're running for the lives. Gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in. He cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run. Just
Kita kata ada satu buah reward point points yang membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Pressure, harapan, skill, stay ready. Karena dihentak semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan. Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik.
Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters we witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara. Kembali merampas tahta.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam? No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini. Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami.
Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami.
Bersama kami, mencapai kata tujuan.
Menjadi sinar yang paling terang.
I know sadly to hear because well, I know that I can be stronger with you.
Hotlink Prepaid 5G serba baharu. Nikmati jago 5G untukmu. Dengan kelajuan internet 5G tanpa batas. Layan gaming sepantas kilat. Dan stream video paling lancar. Nikmati juga lebih nilai dengan 20% cashback. Hanya RM32 sebulan. Dapatkan sekarang.
This fairy tale ended with a poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage. before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Pelbagai kejayaan dapat dikecapi. Sejarah baharu telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur.
Sampai bila nak kalah?
Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Muntar. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout-out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners.
You know, everyone always asks, what inspires confidence for you as a caster to do your job? And my answer is, our producer. You know you're in good hands. He's here to cue. 4, 3, 2, or shush That's where you know you're in the right hands. Welcome to MPL MY Season 13, where we are at the final game of the day. Flower Giants going up against TODAK, where, again, I'm feeling pretty good about it. My name's Mel, alongside me is ICB12 as well. Stop, how are you?
I'm feeling pretty good, you know. I'm also a big fan of a producer who's got just about ready right before the stream starts, right?
Confidence.
Like, you gotta have everything that's needed to energize you for a great game. And I think this last match is going to be awesome. Not gonna lie, I really like how we are breaking the fourth wall by bringing in our internal jokes and sharing it with you guys. But if you get it, you get it. But all in all, I've had fun casting the second series so far. That was a game that I did not expect. But now it's upcoming match.
You know what, before we begin, I wish it was the boss fight, because I need to recharge myself. Do you guys know how to recharge yourselves?
No, how would you recharge yourself?
Well, number one is shish kebabs.
Okay. That's pretty good, yeah.
That's a pretty good meal, yeah, but I can't have it right now. But there's something else. You know what I'm going to tell you guys about? When I receive the cue.
Yeah. The producers need to finish their shish kebabs first. But then they'll tell us when it's time to share with the audience.
Great job. You know, but you think a great game's gonna happen?
I think a fantastic game is gonna happen because of the amount of crowd and support.
You know what recharges me? Recharge yourself with superior taste and quality Arabica beans. Grind on with Nescafe, and God knows I need my coffee.
Yeah,
a few hours.
I'm looking forward to when you get that. I think you're gonna want that. Would you have Nescafe during your buka puasa?
That's what I had last week.
Okay.
Yeah, because seriously, the day is so long. You guys have no idea. Like, being a caster, you use a lot of energy. Nescafe helps a lot because after that, I feel like I just started my game.
No, I think the right way to put it is that being Laswell is hard because even his casting finish, by the time he gets home, he needs to work up like videos, edit everything. He needs Nescafe to recharge himself. Yeah, that's a slimy hard. No wonder you're so good. Yeah, no wonder you're best talent.
I'm sorry, but if it's hard for you guys, it's okay. The first step is always loving yourself.
And if you need help, Laswell is here.
I can't love you, but you can love yourself.
If you need help, ask him for help. Help love. Help love.
I can't hear what he said.
Help love.
How dynamic fun. I wasn't talking to you.
Oh.
Yums, sweet reunion. Can Yums win against the former team? Or will TODAK be humbled by the Giants?
It's a good question. For those of you who may not be aware, Yums was previously one of TODAK's main roster. Those were definitely some of their glory days. Yums setting up amazing skills as a roamer for the rest of his squad. But ever since then, he found a new home here with Selangor Red Giants. And now that he's going up against his sparks flying. For a second, I thought Terror Blade ascended from the bottom of the What's that? Explain. A demon. Who's the demon used? Terror Blade. No, it was like red. I was like, wait a minute. Where's the demon coming from? Like, who's that?
Oh, the noise, the boy.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I thought it was like, we've heard that from Lafel plenty of times. You know, not gonna lie, forgive us for being every little bit of not gonna lie, it's pretty loud, isn't it? We're like pretty much side by side and we're kind of shouting against each other.
We got the Patriots, we got the Giants over here. We see flags flying around like, seriously, if you guys can see advance. Even though it's process time, it's fasting. People can't drink, people can't eat. They're still energetic.
Yeah, I think
we should give them some Nescafe after this.
There's the Nescafe outside.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I actually did not know that as well. We have Nescafe in the room.
Either way, though, I think it's about time for us to get back in the game. I've heard that the players are going to be walking up very soon.
You know what? You heard it right. You know how long it will take for them to walk in? It's 3 seconds. So, let's invite them in. Started the season looking unbeatable with 2 convincing victories over Team Hawk and the defending champions, homeboys. The Giants in red are eager to continue their momentum. Make some noise for the almighty contender. It is Solano Red Giants. Fresh squad undergoing almost a complete overhaul. The three-time MPL Malaysia champions, us truly entering a new era. Can the revitalized Swordfish bring down the dominant Giants? Let's rally behind TODAK. Introducing the coach and analyst for both teams, plus head of league ops, Gabby here, coming in from MPL ID, who will ensure fair play and professional integrity of the match. We got Coach Arcadia, assistant coach Ozara Becky. We got Coach Faisal as well as Pooja being an assistant coach. Wow, all the way from MPL ID. We need to reverse that. Oh, you guys are gonna be next. I don't know if it's like you're not supposed. Why are you talking?
Lafel, you're very, indecisive.
Now, here's the thing. If you do what is expected,
that's what happens in game as well, right? If you always play the same way, teams predict you, they outplay you. Okay, fair enough. But now, speaking of predictability and outplaying, right? We didn't really talk too much about the rivalries between Solano Red Giants and TODAK. Think about this, right? You played 5 seasons for TODAK. And like what you said, each other as well, when they played with Stormy, when they were with SRG.
friendship. Keep your enemies closer than your friends. Infernal.
Legit voice lines. That's I really want to see how this game kind of looks.
Yeah, but now let's. Hey, Humes is the in-game leader for this one.
Yeah, I think he's gonna definitely be shot calling here. Now that he's had that experience of playing with TODAK for a long time, even if it's not the same roster he used to play with, you still have an idea of how the org plays around with things. So I think he'll be able to identify key opportunities for the rest of his teammates.
In game, he's Humes, but during the shot calls, he's like, "Hey, Jooms."
Yeah.
In Malay, Jom mean basically follow me.
I think you guys had a little bit of a conversation in Mama Talk with Rose as well. You
Yeah,
guys
yeah,
mentioned
yeah.
that, you know, Humes, ever since he came into Selangor Giants, he has been a little bit more vocal. Likewise, can be said for Stormy as well.
Yeah,
When
very vocal.
Stormy was playing with SMG, Humes is also playing for TODAK. At the time, they were the ones that are very vocal in this team for Selangor Giants. What changed?
I mean, like, you were talking about the orgs in the previous match. I feel like the culture
Their ex-team, in this case, trying to live up to the brand.
because he's been getting a lot of MVPs.
Very long time. In a way where when he was playing with roster here, a lot of
I'm guessing you don't watch South Park.
No, I don't.
American, yes.
And old. Okay.
Yeah, South Park is like a.
It is pretty old, right?
Yeah. You know what? I'm not that young.
I think so. I hope so.
You're not that young. So, okay, you're not old enough. You're not American.
We'll accept that. I'm Asian. I watch Asian shows. I watch Michelle Yeoh, where she goes up and teaches about Chinese culture and the Chinese household.
Let's go watch the interview.
Hello guys, I'm Rose.
Hi guys, I'm Stormy.
Hi, saya Gojes.
Chemistry korang on stage memang sangat-sangat hebat. Tapi bukan pasal chemistry je, nampak pun friendship korang memang close knitted. What's the secret? Korang macam mana korang buat activity ke, macam mana korang bond?
Oh, kita orang play other games also and we
up, bro.
Not American enough.
Confidence on that stage yet. And no matter how much of a voice he'll
too much, too much.
to the players and be like, players, Coach Arcadia for things like the Nolan Is Masha really played as a roamer now? Like I know I want to see that as well because but since you've shown the chips, maybe this SOG?
Different age. Rock and Valentina.
gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it all. I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it, don't deserve it.
Which are like all the damage, all their DPS.
I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it all. I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it, don't deserve it.
Rough idea of what Zoom's hero pool is here.
I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it all. I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it, don't deserve it.
Front lines, your roamer as well as your.
I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it all. I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it, don't deserve it.
Pick a certain hero, and then we immediately get.
I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it all. I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it, don't deserve it.
Star here, where it was a previous.
I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it all. I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it, don't deserve it.
They did actually win. So
I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it all. I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it, don't deserve it.
But to be honest, I actually like it as well. I can see.
I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it all. I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it, don't deserve it.
The question, but again.
I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it all. I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it, don't deserve it.
But I think Cram.
I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it all. I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it, don't deserve it.
Quite detrimental against TODAK, especially when.
I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it all. I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it, don't deserve it.
Or Rome.
I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it all. I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it, don't deserve it.
Unfortunately, can Yums live up?
I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it all. I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it, don't deserve it.
Maybe just the hunger to.
I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it all. I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it, don't deserve it.
Generation of mobile legends.
I'm gonna be better,
individuals. But today, the final series here.
Well, looks like both. Try to pick someone off. I feel like
Opening into this game. Crawling it out up here. The EXP the turtle timer hits. Way too. Because of how weak he is, the magic. Picking off everyone one by one. Twice now Momo has died. And they've been put so far behind. And that in 3 minutes a game. That means even in all the tier lists, all the rankings I've done. He's able to buy a little bit more time. Use just like they may be in lead. Understandable. Cram in trouble.
By TODAK. Doesn't him.
Playing full skirmish. Basically, like I mentioned,
This is so awkward that Stormy tried. Then before, despite losing out in agreed.
You know what?
very objective based. They don't take meanwhile, Kizo knows it
but it means that they're not quite getting the
Regeneration as well as hammer home. I want to go in and
on the side lanes just got picked up. Here, Aphasia. He's buying a little bit praise SRG. No, praise.
gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it all. I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it, don't deserve it.
Yeah, they want to play it safe. I guess.
I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it all. I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it, don't deserve it.
TODAK, Rafflesia is in a little bit of trouble.
I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it all. I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it, don't deserve it.
Why are they doing this? Why are they doing
I'm
that?
gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it all. I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it, don't deserve it.
All the tankiness and Shizo is getting
I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it all. I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it, don't deserve it.
pounces on the Giants.
I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it all. I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it, don't deserve it.
Up perfectly to ambush Red
I'm
Giants.
gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it all. I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it, don't deserve it.
Samurai Giants draft now.
I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it all. I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it, don't deserve it.
Giants will respect this.
I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it all. I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it, don't deserve it.
One first game.
I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it all. I'm gonna be better, better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it, don't deserve it.
If they're smart about things, because with the stolen Nana, all they do a lot of damage, but they gotta keep Shizo safe in the back line. Right now, the way I'm seeing Red Giants move, not just in team fights, but across the map, is as if there's no wasted movement. They are always doing something.
You know what's the problem for Shizo? Is actually crammed with that vengeance. Because Carry
Oh,
will have a
yeah.
hard time to burst someone down when they have the vengeance. Everyone else, you know what? Sure, I can do that. But if the CC comes in and vengeance is popped, I can't be in the team fight. I can't join. I will take too much damage, and I promise you I will die.
I guess that's why the CC was drafted as well, right? Just precisely to act as that annoying front line that stops Shizo from being able to DPS safely. Now the inhibitor is going to be the target of the Selangor Red Giants. Can TODAK defend?
Now Rafflesia, very, very nice wall block. Gets a little bit of value defense down middle, but the Lord and the top side is not going to do him any good here because this inhibitor will fall. Great I'm offended from Yums. Catches on towards Rafflesia. Stormy with the burst on the out. And now second one is going to fall as well as Innocent slowly chips away. Great bind with the CC. Zyme, Senpo, and Momo is stuck. But they will be able to hold on, but somehow this inhibitor down mid survives with a fraction of HP.
Sometimes a fraction is all you need, and Selangor Giants, I feel like they're in between whether they want to force it out or they want to play it safe. Because with their comp, they kind of do want to force it out.
Well, SRG going to make another attempt again. This thing is going to fall. TODAK will give it away. And they know they need to catch SRG out of position. Yums trying to go in for the bait. And Skies making an attempt. Zyme Senpo drops half, but Momo again missing the combos. But SRG just taking structures after structures after structures. They're not even committing to the fight at all.
TODAK looks like a book now because SRG is reading, oh, he's going to punch us. Let's move back just a few inches, and then we're fine. It's like, Slangori Giants, they're anticipating what TODAK is going to do before they do it.
This is a lineup that doesn't work unless every single player has absolute faith in not just their own, but all of their teammates' abilities. The idea that subconsciously everything will work like clockwork the moment you get a single gear turning. And that's exactly how it's happening, right? This is some of the cleanest MLBB I have ever seen.
I feel like the conversation is, say I'm innocent, and like, coach, what happens if I get caught? Who's going to protect me? Good luck.
You're on your own.
You're on your own. Good luck.
Good
you
luck.
know, that's the best advice I can give.
A little bit, right?
And not just for innocent, everyone else like, but coach, what will happen if I get caught? Well, good luck. Why do you get caught? Isn't that your fault?
It's a little bit like if you went to boot camp and the drill sergeant starts yelling at you, expecting you to stand up for yourself, and then after you've learned to love yourself, you love everyone else.
Well, speaking of which, the Lord will fall. Roughly starting things off with the wall charge. He gets bursted down by Innocent. Immortality keeps him alive, and Innocent, he's getting chased. CC. Boom! Bada bing, bada boom! They wipe the floor as Stormy gets a double kill. Perfect setup. And Cram stealing it away, but they were all clumped up, and Stormy reaped the rewards. 10k lead. Very convincing, Crystal. Momo is back to defend, but it's over. The taunts are coming in. Crystal's gone. Selangor Red Giants tramples on the Swordfish and gobbles it down for game 1.
Give it up to Selangor Red Giants to make a game look unfair.
That game went by so fast that the only thing that went faster was how quickly TODAK disappeared in that team fight. That was insane. The damage output, the coordination. We put this team very high in our ratings. We literally talked about how they are the only international ready team, and they are proving it time and time again.
They have not dropped a single game, if you think about it. So far, they have not dropped a single game. And you know what's really interesting about this match? The previous series, Homeboys and Team Hawk, it was 12 minutes. Wait, it felt longer.
Yeah, this one felt quick.
This one is 16 minutes, but that was so quick. What happened?
The theory of relativity.
Like, what's the difference here? Like, I don't get it. Is it just me as a viewer trying to enjoy the show? Like, why does the previous game feel longer when it was so short, and this game feels so short, but it's longer?
You were talking about the theory of relativity?
Yeah, I think that's what explains it. I can't explain it though. I just know that it is it.
I was hoping for you to do that.
No, that was explained a long time ago by someone much smarter than I am.
Who?
You.
Einstein.
Me? What? I don't know. Oh, Einstein. Okay, fair enough.
You could have deflected that, but you were so shocked. I feel like you subconsciously thought, did I say that?
Yeah, that's what I was like, did I say that?
How do you choose the MVP for this one? How do you choose the MVP for this one? We're gonna see the MVP is going over to Innocent, and he's shouting out the ROG Phone 8. Let's go! He loves the phone.
I mean, the phone is what they won this game on, and it's what is allowing them to achieve such incredible performance overall. Like you said, LaFell, how do you even choose an MVP this game? Innocent obviously was the most consistent, no deaths overall. The amount of damage he output in that last fight was crazy, but everyone on the Red Giants is firing on all cylinders.
Let me remind you guys about a question or a statement that Yums gave.
What?
What is TODAK without Yums?
Oh.
What is TODAK without Yums?
Wow, that is a big statement to make.
That's a loaded question.
But that's the thing. The words that he say, some people, they talk the talk. Right now, he's walking the talk.
Yes.
He actually is.
And he's one game away to actually just saying it and shoving into TODAK and say, again, what is TODAK without Yums?
I mean, at this point, if he picks up chips, it's like, why walk? I just talk and I still win.
I just sit back, relax, and fly behind you.
Eat chips.
Eat chips, have fun. And
I'm pretty sure Selangor Giants had fun that game.
They had literally.
That did not look stressful.
When we saw their face cams at the end of the game, they were all smiles. They were having the time of their lives. It was as if they were playing ranked in pubs.
Dude, that, again, like I said, the title of this match is, that looked unfair.
Yeah.
It looked like Selangor Giants were smurfing. And again, respects to TODAK, but you guys have to see what Selangor Giants has been doing. It's like, I don't care if you guys were previous champions or whatever. 3-time champions. Yeah, you know what? Against us, it doesn't mean anything.
It's funny, right? Considering that when you talk about the micro details that Slango Red Giants is doing, it's like, oh, Momo is gonna walk up, give you a couple of punch. I'm just gonna back off. It's just that it's not like TODAK is bad. It's more like Slango Red Giants' attention to details is just a little bit more precise compared to TODAK, and it's weird and scary.
Yeah,
like
I
it's
get
just
what you mean.
unfair.
In Malay, we call it menakutkan.
Yeah, it is terrifying here. The thing is, right, SRG is playing a lineup that is very risky to play nowadays. We see most teams go for at least 2 tankier heroes so that they have a solid front line to hide behind. But the way Red Giants is doing it is that they're basically juggling damage between themselves and being the first ones to aggro. The coordination between Yums and Stormy was off the charts. Every single time a hook came in, the Nana combo comes out, someone is dead. And then you see, like, Zion Senpai, he did his best. He did a lot of damage. He cut them off sometimes. Momo tried to dive in, get kills, but he's literally being juggled around like a neutral camp.
Cram did the most amount of damage. Rarely do we see this coming in from an EXP.
Yeah, he was extremely annoying. And again, you know, Cram got a very, very early lead. I think, 3 minutes of the game, he got 5 assists. For him to get so much stacks and defensive blocks, this allowed him so much sustainability, right? Like, he gotten so huge to a point that if Raflesia walks up to him, gets one first full combo, first skill, boom, HP less than 20%. I was like, wait, where did all this damage come from? It's crazy. It's like, seeing the stats is like, oh, it's just a yo-yo. But who would have thought that if a yo-yo swings at full speed in your face, hurts?
I've seen the yo-yo break brick walls before.
How heavy was this yo-yo?
I mean, like, to be fair, I've seen people saving the world by playing children's cards game.
Oh.
You are correct.
I've seen Beyblades destroy buildings.
Ah.
There's actually a character who uses yo-yos in a shonen anime. Not who I was thinking of, but yeah.
Okay. Shoyo.
Shoyo? Who's Shoyo?
I don't know. Forget about it. Let him mind.
Okay, maybe
I was
he's
thinking
too old.
Hunter.
Maybe he's Killua.
Yeah,
Killua.
That's the first one I think of.
Yeah, same. Actually, same. I wish we have a Killua skin.
That'd be cool, man.
That'd be so cool.
Well, we had an Attack of Titan one though.
Yeah.
It's getting there. It's getting there. Like, imagine.
You know what? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let Hunter x Hunter finish first.
Whenever it does.
Whenever it does. Just before I die.
We have to remember that in Hunter x Hunter, the yo-yos weigh 50 kgs each.
You know what?
So I think that's pretty accurate to what happened this game.
Nah, that was 100 kgs.
Oh, man.
well, speaking of which here, speaking of turret damage, Shizo once again from TODAK, they had a pretty different approach into this game, right? Like, we saw Shizo getting a lot of gold value in terms of turret damage. He was the guy that TODAK says, like, hey, TODAK, 4 of us is gonna try and make some noise here. Shizo, just get your farm. But we saw a couple of brilliance where the moment Shizo was given the space to do damage, they were able to win that fight against SRG. But again, that was how they started the fight, right? Like, logically thinking, seeing TODAK, like, when you have Zion Senpai opening the fight with a Nana out first instead of the wall charge, pose a very, very big question, if you think about it.
I mean, honestly, if you were to ask me how do I fight against this kind of draft, I don't even know how this draft functions. How do I know how like, what?
It's not supposed to work, is it?
Like, asking how do you deal with this draft is an overloaded question.
The way to deal with skirmish drafts is with pick-off drafts. Basically, if you have a lineup that works well in like 2-man units, it's very easy for you to catch them when they are like split up across the map. But pick-off strats are very, very rarely seen now because they're particularly weak to teamfight strats, which is the more common lineup nowadays.
Okay, fair enough. But speaking of which here, damage dealt here the most is going to be Cram, gold per min is going to be Innocent, total damage taken is going to be Felicia, but total assist is used. But again, you know, I think where you're coming off in terms of pick-off as well as skirmishes, right? Like, whenever Yum starts a fight, I think I did talk about this. The IMO Fender setup into Cram's out, pretty much whoever gets, like, whichever 2 heroes gets caught in, pretty much cannot escape death because they're pretty much linked together. There's no way out until the full duration of the CC's out is finished, or the broken link.
We're going to look at the highlights after this, and we got to start talking. What is the next plan for TODAK? What can they do come game number 2? Because I feel like if you target ban someone, it's not gonna go well. We're gonna look at the highlights brought to us by Republic of Gamers, where in Ursa's game, again, I do feel like this is Momo's mistake. Having a Nolan on the opposite side and then you being so far in front in the lane is asking for trouble.
You know, it's funny how Cram was just left uncontested throughout this entire fight, right? Like, even in this couple of fight as well, this was an interesting one. A very, very sick catch coming from Stormy, chaining up into 2 men, and then just get completely wiped. And even here as well, where things got a little bit mistake. I think prior to this as well, Selangor Red Giants, they made a little bit of mistake. They overcommitted, and TODAK just completely gobbled them up. And even then, Cram was able to kind of clutch this through. But Yums, oh my god, that was a sick flicker hook. And Rafflesia's wall charge only connecting on 2 though. Huh.
Like, it's insane because every single player on the side of Red Giants is operating with like 100% confidence in themselves. It doesn't matter how bad the fight might be going. The focus is on what can I get right now with my abilities. And they just go for it. Like, it's almost as if they have no regards for their own well-being, and yet they know exactly the limits that they're able to push.
You know what happened just now reminded me of?
What?
Old school TODAK. Where they overload the senses of the opposing side, Langa all the way, to the point they don't know what to do. That's what Selangor Red Giants did.
Right, this is
They just
Langar.
overload everything. It's like, you got to deal with the Nana, you got to deal with the CC, you got to deal with the Nolan, you got to deal with the Roger. We have 4 people that can dish out damage. Who are you going to prioritize? And Yums is there.
Well, Yums was part of the Langar era. In this case, he's brought the Langar over to Selangor Red Giants. In this case, he's not just a Langar anymore. They are going to storm their way through the competition. And that was a complete outclass stomp.
That was a stampede.
And the funny thing is, Momo has been known for his Paquito for a very, very long time. Likewise coming from Benedetta as well. And even in the highlights himself, multiple attempts from Momo trying to dive the backlines. Everyone says that if Momo comes, run. Kite him enough and kite him long enough where we can finish up the fight in front, and then we focus on Momo.
Selangor Red Giants heard that. When you see Momo, run. But he didn't say which direction.
Yep.
All right?
Run circles around him. Why not? If he can never actually catch
Momo
you.
dance.
The Momo dance.
Momo dance.
Not the Lord dance, the Momo dance.
Yeah, and in this case as well, I think CC and Paquito's matchup was a very, very big difference as well. Like, CC against Paquito is like, oh, it's gonna 50-50. But if you give CC that much of a lead ahead, he is gonna snowball pretty hard. And a lot of times as well, where CC, all he needs to do is just one button. I'm gonna hit whoever is around me. Paquito, pop, pop. If I miss, that's it, I'm out. Nothing I can do. And I think that's exactly what happened to Momo multiple times now. He hasn't been able to hit his shots, and that's a big problem.
So what can TODAK do?
Oh, what can they do? Like, pick-off strats is probably a bit too risky here. In the end, you do kind of have to play your own game. I think what is ideal now is you observe what the draft is going to be for game number 2. You understand whether or not they're going to go for a similar style of skirmish with multiple sources of damage. After that, determine whether or not you can draft the correct tanks against their lineup, and if not, you may be forced to fight fire with fire.
4 damage against 4 damage, but the only S tier right now is Nolan as well as Joy. We don't see the Hayabusas anymore. We don't see the Lancelots anymore. And now we got a WhatsApp coming in where MPL asks Gary, who do you think is in TODAK that can be the leader as good as Moon? And he said, I think Rafflesia can do it to replace someone like Moon. Oh, wait, no. He said Rafflesia can be a good leader, but he cannot replace Moon. But when it comes to the experience, yes, he can, because he has won MPL Philippines twice now. So when it comes to the experience, he has buckets loads of it. But like he said, he can't really replace Moon.
Because if we remember, Rafflesia is in the Hall of Legends for MPLPH, right? Yet in game 1, it felt like he had no presence at all. Like, the Grok just couldn't do anything.
And he was the one that should be doing something. If he can set something
I don't
up.
even blame him for it, because Grok is very weak against the draft that Red Giants had.
Yeah.
So they really need to buckle that up here. Grok makes sense a lot of the time, but is good against teamfight compositions, not so good against lots of magic damage. And in this case, Red Giants was both of those.
It was very difficult to actually pull that off, considering that every single time he tries to make a wall charge, you got this ultra instinct reaction, Stormy just flickering out there. Conceal play, boom, I'm out of there. And what can I do? But now, here is going to be a little bit of history for you guys who new to MPL MY. This is going to be Yoom's history. He was second place for MPL MY Season 8 as well as Season 10, and M3 World Championship 5th and 6th place participant, MPL MY Season 9 and 11 champion, 2-time champion, and also MPL Invitational 2022 3rd and 4th place.
So even though Rafflesia has been a champion of MPL PH twice, Yooms has won MPL MY twice as well.
That's true. I think a lot of people... The thing is, because Yoon's performance in the past couple seasons wasn't the best, a lot of people already started like counting him out as one of the top players in the league. But this is a very decorated player. And remember, he is very young as well. So his potential is still like unlimited there.
Well, speaking of the opponent here, Rafflesia, you talked about this as well. Season 4 and Season 5 MPL PH champion, MPL PH Season 7 3rd place, M1 World Championship 5th and 6th place. And for MPL PH, he is in the Hall of Legends inductee. So, do you think Yooms has a better stats or Rafflesia has a better stats?
I feel like it's a different stat because we look at Rafflesia, he's working at a different era. Season 4, Season 5, and then Yooms, Season 9 and Season 11, that's worlds apart.
Yeah.
The meta is so different.
I guess here comes to the question where I made a statement early on. I guess it's the time for the rookies to become the pros and make way for the rookies.
It's always like that,
era,
right? When the meta...
That's why you have children.
You should.
Whoa.
So they can eventually replace you.
You're not wrong,
Right?
but I feel like the way that's being said is not correct.
I mean, like, isn't that like the way of life? You want someone to replace you, so you make a kid or get a kid?
Yes, that is definitely the reason that people have children.
I mean, that's why I would do it.
I see. That's
So
good to know.
you're expecting?
No,
Oh, okay.
I don't want to be replaced yet. Later.
Later, yeah.
Yeah, later.
Okay.
I feel like we have to clip this and show this to your future children.
Oh, in this case, to your
You were
wife.
born. Why? What is my purpose? To replace LaFell.
The name is going to be Beyond LaFell.
Beyond
Get
LaFell.
it?
Beyond.
You get it?
I
Yeah,
get
you
it. I get it.
If it's a male, Beyond LaFell. If it's a female,
It's a Hunter insight.
It is a reference.
Yeah, it's
yes.
a reference.
Yeah.
It's a reference. Yeah.
well, back to the question here. Now, enough of that. Enough of LaFell's history. Let's talk a little bit more on the drafts here. This is going to be game number 2. SRG this time on the red side and TODAK on the blue side. So they have kind of switched up their first picks priority. Baxia, Fredrin, and Masha banned, and Harif, Angela, and Matilda banned. Again, Chip completely ignored.
They're challenging Gary. Yo, the Nolan's up. Do you want Nolan? We can take the joy.
I think it's Nolan's pretty
I
good.
think it's kind of funny that TODAK bans all these big, beefy people and SRG bans all the small, dainty people.
Yeah. Yeah. We see the concerns here, and I feel like TODAK they're really thinking about this. This Nolan feels too good to be true.
You know,
A little bit, yes.
Yeah, I think the Nolan's something they have to definitely take it all away. But at the same time,
SRG can take the joy,
Uh,
right? And the joy skills better than the Nolan.
I'm not a big fan of Joy these days. Like, Joy Jungle isn't as great as before, but TODAK, no,
They're not gonna bite the bait.
Oh, you choose
What?
first. You choose first, and then we'll answer afterwards.
They're basically allowing Red Giants to pick the Nolan again. The question is whether or not Red Giants wants to go for it.
Yes, that's the question.
Because I will say that now that they are on the red side, that final non-counterable pick leaves some options open.
Yeah, again, I feel like TODAK, they want to see what... TODAK is playing first pick like second pick, right? They want to see what's going on and then make a decision. So for now, take a comfort pick for Zyme Senpoi. If they pick Nolan, we have a different strat. If they pick Joy, we have a different strat.
Yeah, this is weird considering that, you know, this is something that TODAK should have kind of anticipated here. But I guess they're more comfortable than saying like, hey, if you pick Nolan again,
Up, Joy.
wow.
See, the Nolan was a bait.
Yo, what the, like, what's wrong with you, NFL? Like,
Dude, I play ranked games. I know.
I know you play ranked games. Like, how do you read them like a book? That's crazy. Like,
I've been with professional teams for quite a while, man.
He was a coach at one point.
Yeah, I was a coach.
Like an international coach.
I kind of can read the meta because it is like there is like some similar trends, but this season is out like it feels like every single team has their unique identity as priority now, and which is different.
Trust me, when you go face to face against a coach in a draft,
it's a different thing.
It really screws with your head. You overthink everything. It's like, okay, something seems too good to be true here.
And
there's
I
a
think
trap.
Especially like Coach Arcadia has come into this season with a very different approach to the drafting compared to a lot of other coaches. I think Fly Solo definitely has great ideas because he was able to bring Daewoo very far during the international stage. But we are definitely seeing different points of brilliance here. We do finally get to see the Nolan being locked in along with the Minotaur. So TODAK has some solid team fight here. And I think Minotaur is a lot better than Grok into like these skirmish comps because the Minnow and Fury is just such a large area.
Interesting. You know, SRG, they actually banned off the Joy in the previous game, but this time it was left open. So it came down to a situation where TODAK, do you want Nolan or do you want Joy? In this case, they prioritized the Joy. They showed their hands. Now, again, Nana in the hands of Stormy. But now, fun fact, Arcadia coached Rafflesia before in Aurea PH and Echo for about 3 seasons. Briefly coached Fly Solo. So, TLDR, Arcadia knows everything that they are thinking about.
Wow, okay. This is
That's a big flex.
Yeah, this is very much like one of those anime moments. It's like you are 5 years too early to meet me, boy.
Probably 1,000 years, man. Like, it feels like that.
Yeah.
As we say that, TODAK beats
Let's keep this in mind. Because if that happens,
it'll be funny. It'll be hilarious. But for now, they are 1-0. And coming to the bands here, Arlot, 0% win rate. Finally broken today.
Yeah, okay.
I wasn't finished. Chill. Finally broken today by Homeboys, but seems like they don't want to take the risk against this composition. Again, Wombo combo is what Selangor Red Giants want. Stormy has been setting up some very nice Molinas in those team fights. And against a Minotaur, I would say it isn't too bad because the Molina itself, it can kind of stop the interaction that what Minotaur wants to do when he starts the fight.
Looks like Yumsik's excited for the Ruby ban. It's like, oh, jeez. You're betting on my Ruby. Oh,
little old me.
Only old me.
Oh, shucks. But it is definitely always a compliment when like your hero gets banned out in the next game. It's like
a compliment for 2-3 games. More than that, it starts to get annoying.
Yeah. It's like, okay, that's enough praise, guys. I want to play the game now.
Well, I'm curious to see what Yums is going to be bringing to the table. Like, he's got so much hero in the pool as well. Like, I think Cho was banned in the previous game. So this is something that they may consider allowing Yums to pick it this time and force Yums to play something else. But the CC was too good to be handled. Don't really want to face it this time. And I like how Selangor Red Giants, they're adapting and evolving here.
The thing is, Selangor Red Giants, they're going to have first pick, so they could have picked up the Chi-Chi. So something about the Minotaur or the Valentina made them feel like this is a bad idea.
I think it's more of the fact that they might want to pick their room first in the second phase. Like, yes, there's no reason for them not to go for the CC first pick since they are on the red side. So the fact that they ban it means that they might want to go for known matchups here. In this case, they know TODAK's roamer. They don't know TODAK's EXP lane. So maybe they want to leave Cram's hero for last.
Go for a pick flex. Pick the Paquito. Show Momo how it's done. No? Okay. Cho was banned in previous game. This time, Yums was like, it's okay. It gets annoying, but it's fine. I'll get the Cho for himself. So that's gonna be something that Selangor Giants is gonna be looking out for as well. But again, I'm worried this time. Like, compared to the previous game, at least a Ruby can kind of stall for time. But a Cho, you don't really stall time. You are looking for a burst composition.
What about the Vincitar? It's not banned.
Oh yeah, the Vincitar could be good here for Selangor Giants, and Momo has shown he can use it.
And it's against Joy, Roger, Cho.
Yeah, now that you mention it here, like, if TODAK decides to go for it, it's a pretty good way to shut down.
But is it a trap?
Is it though? No,
not happening.
Okay, Teresa was banned just now in the previous game. This time, Momo is going to be playing that hero, and they are bringing the Natan. So they have definitely did their whole work, and Selangor Giants, they are going to try to go for a little bit of a switch up, but still not too far away from their previous game's composition. Not two tanks in the front, but just completely skirmish, squishy, annoying skirmishing heroes.
Yeah, it's interesting that the draft pattern coming in from Selangor Giants, the first 3 picks is the jungler, gold laner, as well as the mid laner. They really want the final 2 picks to be the roamer, and the absolute final pick is the EXP laner. Quite interesting draft pattern coming in from Coach Arcade.
And it is working so far. They're gonna finish off their composition with the Tamas as well to go up against the Rizla.
The Riz.
Okay, Tamus against the Rizla, I'm liking it. The matchup's pretty good. You can have the sustains, and it does have similar tankiness with a CC with Vengeance. So I kind of want to see how this goes, though.
Yeah, the Vengeance is going to be pretty annoying. It was the reason why game number 1, Shizo had a difficult time, but I feel like Natan can handle the Vengeance a little bit better.
Yeah, the kickback from the Vengeance is a little lower on Natan because of the magic damage output. But it does look like Red Giants once again going for a skirmish composition against TODAK, who now have many more sources of DPS overall. Which team will come out on top?
Yeah, well, we have to find out. Will the Swordfishes manage to strike against the Giants, or with the Giants completely shutting them down as the undefeated right now, the Immortals? Ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 2. Selangor Red Giants versus TODAK.
All right. This is going to be an interesting one here because as we know, Red Giants are already 1 game up and their performance last game was absolutely dominating. Now they're going to be playing in the Joy, which is a hero we basically have not gotten to see for most of the season due to its being frequently banned and its difficulty level.
I mean, like, the fact that Radiant Armor has been changed made Joy as a optimum pick because it's hard to itemize against this Joy. So come late game, you just need to proc your ult, and then you just need to walk around, and then all of a sudden you get triple kills.
Yeah, and as of yet here, it all comes down to the timing of the electrifying beats, right? Like, can you get the biggest value out of it when Skies goes in? And in this case, is it enough to challenge against Gary though? Because his mobility is going to be off the charts.
After 3 items, it's not a competition anymore. The Nolan loses out to the Joy.
Yep, and the immunity, the crowd control that Joy has during her ultimate just makes her a lot more useful during team fights as compared to the Nolan, who really needs to just jump in and out and hope to get a kill with it.
Yeah, the fact that the Nolan doesn't have CC immunity anymore on his Fracture is actually quite big because most of his assassin players uses it as an emergency escape button if anything goes wrong. But now, Gary, the side lane, innocent, not making the same mistake as Momo, not going to overextend. As I say that, he overextends.
Okay.
His positioning is clean. He knows exactly. And he even jumps back in to do a bit of poke as well. Like, he knows exactly how far he is from Gary.
Not gonna lie, TODAK's fans kind of gave it away, you know. It was like, they had this build up with like, and interesting enough, the players can somewhat hear the fans.
So now, at the top lane.
Still getting dived in, Innocent. Taking a little bit too much, forces out the flicker. He just got his 4 as well. Does he want to commit? Nope, he's not. He's going to shove the lane, get himself a couple gold pieces. But Yoobs, oh no, Yoobs, where did you come from? He gets the kill, uses the wave of the dragon to kick Gary away, gets out to safety. What a play from Selangor Red Giants.
Not the start that TODAK wants, probably. Having your gold laner almost losing a 1v1 and then letting the roamer finish it off. Now Yums has the wave of dragon, even though it is on cooldown, but still low 4 on Yums.
Well, Turtle stolen from inside of Gary. Roughly with a big Minon's Rage connects on SRG, but he somehow survives. They do get a couple of damage in. They lose only Cram though, which is interesting considering the amount of damage that TODAK brings to the table.
Yeah, I think Skies might have waited just a little bit too long to enter there and arrive like literally a millisecond too late to get that retry timing in. So the turtle goes to TODAK, and because they have this Terizla and Minotaur, they obviously have much stronger team fight presence, so Cram is forced to be sacrificed here. The net worth still going to be pretty even on both sides, so TODAK will be able to recoup some of their losses.
Looking like what Shizo is doing, having the tenacity going up against the Master Assassin, it's not working well enough. Innocent is still using the emblem quite well. Oh, and they find Yubes.
Entropy being used. Yubes gets the kick. He is going to get out though. Again, this is what I'm talking about. You make one mistake on this show, it's over for TODAK. They've got just so much damage. And somehow he's able to just completely outmaneuver everyone. Like, it's crazy. Like, The Terrify was there, the Storm from the Minotaur. Nothing actually connected on Yumes, which is insane.
There's a reason why Zorn is so comfortable on the Cho. Like, you see just how many ways he has of getting out. And it seems like Yumes definitely has not let his Cho muscles rot here after not playing him for a while. Still very comfortable with it. And by scouting that out, he basically kept Innocent safe from a 4-man gang too.
I would say Cho is the assassin equivalent in the roam position.
Yes,
right?
that is correct.
Because he's the one that can actually make outplays. Not a lot of tanks can make outplays nowadays. I mean, like, they can set up pretty well, but they can't bob and weave. And then like, booyah, surprise ya, I caught ya.
Yeah.
Speaking of.
Now, speaking of the kick here, Felicia in a little bit of trouble here. Stormy going for the side step. No, he outplays Gary. He forces the red division. He gets the Molina! And double kill for Innocent, but Gary, no, Zaim Senpai, he wanted to help, but it's like, what can I do? There was a Stormy moment, a mage prodigy.
Innocent botched that flicker, but he still got that triple kill.
I mean, you can botch whatever you want when your team is making outplays like this. Stormy at the last second, just looking Gary straight in the face and saying, no you, reverse Uno card, deletes him from existence.
We talk about pixel perfect movements. That was pixel perfect positioning from Stormy. Again, it's not fair. And now Yumes gets the kick. Rafidacia not able to do anything at all. And again, they're just smurfing right now.
So this is why they banned the Cho.
Yep. You thought that the Ruby hook into the Nana setup was good. Well, now you see the Cho setup into the Nana combo here. Yumes is just delivering beef to Red Giants right now.
No mercy.
This is beautiful and ugly at the same time.
Ah, boy.
Beautiful for one, ugly for the other.
Well, in this case, hopefully the Swordfish is going to hang on because the tier 1 down mid is getting hold of.
He's just standing there menacingly.
Looking him in the eyes. What you gonna do, boy? What can you do?
Innocent
4K lead.
started week 1 with 14 kills. Now he's just ranking up his average KDA, man.
That's insane. Purple buff stolen by Gary as a, salvaging a little bit of points here. But they gotta need to do more than this. It's not enough.
So what does TODAK have to do? I feel like 2 items onto Shizo, forget the laning phase, move as a team, try to catch someone. Maneuver on at least one person, doesn't matter, just catch someone.
Yeah, ideally, yes, because again, with the Terizla and the Minotaur, they have way better teamfight presence than the Red Giants. But by...
Gary, okay, conceal play, Stormy again. The biggest threat from side of TODAK. Gary not happy that he got outplayed right there. Wants a little bit of revenge, but says like it's not worth it.
All he has to do here is just stand there, and Gary has no way of contesting his own buff. And Skies is already on the turtle as well. Red Giants playing the map perfectly.
Yep, Cram now going to be zoning them out with the vengeance. Skies goes in, penalty zone from Momo, connects on Stormy. He's going to try and finish him off. He flickers out, he's got the passive. Gary getting caught off with a Minot's Rage. He is going to try and back out. Momo, however, try and run for his dear lives here. No backup whatsoever. He is going to die. Shizo almost losing his life, but they will get a kill onto his Cram.
I'm speechless.
Yeah, I'm speechless as well. There are no words to describe what is happening on the land of Dawn here.
Because I feel like what Selangor Red Giants is doing, they should not be able to get away with it.
And yet they are, right? They're getting away with it. They're making out like bandits every single time. You think, oh, there's no way they can steal something else on top of what they already got. But yes, they will. TODAK doesn't seem to be able to respond. Like, you got a really nice catch with the penalty zone. You got the Minwu and Fury out. Despite everything, Red Giants is just in your face 100% of the time.
Ideally, you want to feed kills onto your gold laner. But we don't see it happening this consistently. It's always on Innocent.
Well, Shizo now trying to make an attempt here. Skies reviews his position. Finally, he swaps back. Skies waited for it. Goes for the electrifying beast. He actually sidesteps a couple shots, and they shut him down as well. They were just completely toying with food. Felicia also going to be falling as well. Stormy now finally getting bursted up, but it doesn't matter. He finally takes Stormy, but they lose 3. And Selangor Red Giant says, what now, TODAK? What now? We are 5 mechanically gifted players, and they're showing the old boys, the veterans, that your time is over. This is a new era. And the Giants are just completely stomping onto the dreams of TODAK right now.
As a role player, it hurts me to see how fast Minotaur went down.
Yes.
That was a tank.
That is ridiculous. We know that Minotaur as a tank is not quite as bulky as some other heroes, but he still usually survives a lot more than that. But when you are 9k behind in 9 minutes, you are effectively a large minion to the side of the Selangor Red Giants. They are making their presence known. They are cementing their position as the team to beat in Season 13.
He just stood there. He took the fracture. He took the free shots coming in from Shizo. Oh, this. You know what? I feel bad for TODAK. I feel bad for every team that has to go up against Selangor Red Giants. Like, we were talking about how Homeboys got stomped. But now Selangor Red Giants is like, that wasn't a fluke. That wasn't us being lucky. We're going to do it over and over again.
Damn, that's insane coming from Selangor Red Giants. The amount of hit and mechanical prowess they're bringing to the table, it feels like TODAK looks unprepared. But to be honest, are they really unprepared?
I feel like they're trying their best.
It's not that unprepared is not wrong, but also not completely accurate, because how do you prepare yourself for this? Like, you go into it with the expectations that you're going to be facing off in a certain way, but this is just a complete and utter dismantling.
Yeah, it's insane. Like, every single player from SRG is just like got mobility to just kind of sustain and kite, right? The only one just soaking all this damage is Crab. But Skies is like, I don't even need to be there. I only come in when you need me. And every single time that happens, TODAK is like, how do we kill anyone? Because if we try and throw damage onto Yumes, he's gonna kite me around. If we kill Innocent, he's gonna kite me around. If I kill Stormy, he's gonna kite me around as well. And it's annoying to deal with, because as of now, look at this, Skies, he's walking into the base of TODAK and nothing was left unchecked. He used Electrifying Aid, but now here it comes. The Cakes comes in. Now the counterplay from Replace and try and stall this way, but where's the damage output? Because the rest of SRG is mowing them down bit by bit, whereas the rest of TODAK is so completed and isolated. The crystal will fall, and that is going to be a shutdown, a throwdown, a smackdown, as Selangor Red Giant says, no to you, TODAK. No, Yumes. What is TODAK? That's the statement that Yumes has put off with.
I think we gotta put an R rating on our stream, because that was a massacre. That was not safe.
They're already
for young eyes.
Look at Yumes. He's already brushing off his logo on his chest. He's making it like, guys, this is easy. I mean, I'm sorry to cut you off, but Yumes, I don't know, man. This guy is feeling confident.
I'm okay. I feel like the ones that have to feel terrible about that are TODAK.
Oh my goodness, Momo and Yumes still showing love. They're a little bit friendly viber. And of course, Selangor Red Giants, the fans, look at this. My God, the crowd is going crazy about this win.
Abang Brown, I think that's his name. I can't remember, but I think it's around there. But with that being said, we can already see the vibes. Let's go on to the stage, along with Rose, as well as Selangor Red Giants.
Sekali lagi, Selangor Red Giants menekalkan dorang punya 2 berbalas kosong, 3 mata penuh win streak. Sebelum apa, guys, give Selangor Red Giants a round of applause. Alright, okay, so tadi game pertama, dorang ada keluarkan video Yumes tadi. Ingat tak last week kita ada interview? Ingat. So, dalam video tu, Yumes kata, siapalah TODAK tanpa Yumes? Sekarang, Yumes dah kalahkan TODAK. Yumes punya X-Team. Apa yang Yumes tengah rasa dan apa Yumes nak cakap kepada TODAK?
Saya rasa gembira sebab dapat bantai tim formal saya.
Apa yang nak cakap dekat dorang? Apa yang nak cakap dekat dorang?
Selamat Hari Raya kot.
Alright, Innocent. Wow. Okay. So, Innocent. Last week, you guys made a statement saying that you guys actually created the Roger Goldlane meta, right? And it's because you requested to the coach that you wanted to play Roger Gold. But a lot of the other regions don't agree with this statement. What do you have to say?
No need, just watch my game. Just watch my Roger.
I mean, that's kind of true. Dia buktikan tadi, dua-dua game, Roger dia bantai. Okay, aside from Roger, is there any other hero that's out of the meta you want to play in the gold lane?
Have, but I cannot say.
Okay, have but cannot say. So, maksud tu, Selangor Red Giants ada lagi simpanan strategi yang akan confirm jadi menarik selepas raya. Betul? Alright. So, can we please have... Siapa Gorgeous. Tadi Gorgeous nak cakap something. Yeah, tadi bila you naik stage, you cakap, I nak cakap apa tu Gorgeous?
Tak. Saya budak baik. Terima kasih kepada penonton-penonton yang datang support Selangor Red Giant dan TODAK. Sebab tanpa korang tak meriah lah macam ni. And selamat Hari Raya lah kepada semua. And Rose, tahu tak apa beza TODAK dengan Selangor Red Giant?
Apa beza dia?
Selangor Red Giant raya happy-happy, TODAK raya dalam gua.
Ya ampun budak ni. Okay guys. You teman I lah kan? Okay, kita sejukkan hati orang, okay? Okay, kita count down together, kita tuju MVP dekat screen.
Okay.
Alright. In 3, 2, 1.
Woi!
Kita punya captain jadi MVP of the match. Okay, so Yubs, tadi Gorgeous ada kata-kata pedas kan? Dia cakap korang raya happy. Betul ke korang raya happy, dorang tak raya happy?
Dingin, sejuk. Aku tak dengar. Oh, happy sebab kita orang sejuk sangat.
Okay, sebelum I send you guys off, okay, I nak tanya. Sekarang you guys are at the top of the leaderboard. 3 match yang korang main, 2 berbalas kosong, 3 mata penuh, making you guys number 1 this regular season. Sebelum kita pergi Raya break, pasukan mana yang korang nak jumpa, yang sangat-sangat nak jumpa selepas Raya break kita?
Jujurnya, right, season ni semua tim MPL Malaysia tak kuat. Kita nak sangat jumpa King lah sekarang sebab dorang yang tim Stormy kan. So, kita menang bukan sekadar tim lemah, tapi kita yang kuat. So, tutorial easy game kat SRG ya guys.
Okay, now I think we need to pass this to Stormy because the last time Sasa said that you're noob, right? And now Coach Becky wants to meet KGE. What do you want to say to Sasa?
Let's wait and see the results.
Okay, I like that. Okay, so sebelum I send you guys off actually, korang punya fans actually nak nyanyi untuk Raya. Okay, dorang ada ucapan Raya. So, where are the Selangor Red Giants fans? Sana, alright. Can we please have the camera on them? Okay, the cam is on you guys whenever you're ready.
Berbulan berpuasa, tiba kawan kita rayakan dengan rasa gembira. Anak muda di rantauan, semuanya pulang ke desa. Ibu dan
so much. Congratulations on your win. You guys may now go enjoy your well-deserved victory walk. Wow, seru Saturday yang sangat-sangat seru untuk MPL Malaysia musim ini. Guys, sekali lagi Selangor Red Giants mengekalkan win streak dorang 2 berbalas kosong 3 mata penuh. Tapi sebelum kita end our day, mari let's throw it back to the casters untuk mendapat tahu macam mana Selangor Red Giants habiskan game ni dalam macam tu. Casters, silakan.
I know the MVP is used, but let's put on our thinking cap. What are the other heroes that Innocent wants to play?
Man.
Granger Golding?
I would like.
I mean, he brought in the Roger, so...
I kind of want to see the Granger goal lane.
Right?
Or maybe with the Kimi goal lane as well.
I think Kimi...
A little bit far.
Okay, so Kimi, we've seen it before. Granger and Roger, we haven't seen.
Okay.
Right?
Seems like it'll be a...
Yi Sun Shin?
Maybe.
I think that's a little bit difficult. But, you know,
never seen it before, but it's possible.
Nowadays.
I mean, if someone told me that Roger Golding, I would have spit in their face.
That's true.
Well,
now that I've seen it, cool.
I mean, we've already seen even CC gold lane as well, so
Yes,
it's clear that there's a meta, there's a space in the meta for anything as long as it works, right? As long as it's effective.
I mean, like, no hero doesn't want gold, right?
Yeah,
Everyone wants gold.
We all want gold.
Okay, fair enough, indeed. But now, speaking of gold lanes here, 2 games in a row. A little bit of a difference in terms of emblems here. Very similar in terms of the Wilderness as well as the Brave
Oh,
Knight.
he has a thrill.
But he actually swapped up for his Cho on the second one. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, hold on. Thrill on the Cho. That's interesting. So he wants added damage here. Maybe that's why it's much more impressive. So Selangor Giants, when it comes to their philosophy, more damage is better than less damage.
The best offense is also a good defense, right?
But
sure,
in this case, he's full tank build. So would you say that is also
no? His
best
emblem
defense
setup
is also a big offense.
His setup is damage because he has the thrill. The thrill adds adaptive damage. Yeah. So even though it's tank build, but in the early game when no one has any armor, his damage will be much more than normal.
I think it's a good idea because
with the concussive blast as well.
Yeah, when you have emblems like this, like Trail, like concussive blast, they end up not playing a very big role once you're into the later stages of the game. It's kind of like peanuts. But in the early stage, it makes a big impact, and he recognizes that the Minotaur doesn't really do all.
Menangi team fight dekat kawasan neutral objective tersebut. Penarian, tarikan lot, tarikan turtle itu, kalau you letak assassin yang bertanggungjawab untuk poking lot, bertadah damage dengan lot, saya rasa tak lama assassin itu boleh tadah ataupun tunggu dekat situ mudah untuk pasukan pihak lawan tangkap. Tapi disebabkan tank jungle masuk, fighter jungle masuk, kita nampak pergaduhan ataupun pergelutan dekat lot itu semakin lama semakin rumit sebenarnya.
Okay, jujur lah Abang Lot. Abang Lot suka jungler ni assassin ke atau tank? Jujur lah. Tak ramai dengar. Kita je. Kita je.
Assassin.
Kalau Abang Lot tanya semua orang yang Abang Lot jumpa, semua saya rasa merasakan mereka merindui assassin dekat bahagian jungle.
Top global Hellcat dulu.
Top global Haka?
Hellcat. Saya tak boleh nak main.
Sebab meta tak kena kan? Bukan tak nak tunjuk.
Betul.
Itu sebab dekat dia punya resume masa nak masuk atau tak, dia orang minta resume. Ada letak top global Hellcat. Sebab mati Roma boleh, jungler boleh. Betul. Memang Abang Lot ni memang berkaliber.
Sangat.
Ramai orang nak cuba menuntut ilmu. Ilmu apa kita? Alright, Joy diambil oleh pasukan daripada Selangor Red Giant. Kali ini mereka menukar daripada Nolan berbanding dengan Joy, dan mereka sekali lagi memilih untuk dapatkan Roger seperti yang dilakukan di game yang pertama. Untuk pasukan TODAK, terus saja mereka pula yang mengambil Nolan bersama-sama dengan hero Minotaur yang saya menjangkakan dapat dipilih di bahagian first pick, tetapi mereka nak comfort pick daripada Zamboy barangkali.
Betul? Saya rasa lebih kepada mereka nak selesakan trio mid mereka. Cumanya sekarang mereka dah tunjukkan apa yang mereka akan letakkan dekat bahagian tengah. Jadi pasukan Selangor Red Giant boleh adjust draft tersebut untuk twist draft yang menyebabkan pasukan TODAK mungkin ada masalah sikit dekat pick yang keempat, yang kelima. Tapi bila kita tahu bagaimana pasukan TODAK, mereka gemar untuk mendapatkan hero-hero yang luar daripada jangkaan. Contoh macam baru ni Misita dekat bahagian XP yang totally counter draft. Saya rasa kat sini lebih baik untuk mereka gunakan pasukan Selangor Red Giant just pick the comfort draft di mana Nana pilihan yang terbaik untuk counter.
Alright, sedikit sebanyak info mengenai Arcadia di mana dia pernah jadi coach kepada Reflesia sebelum ni di Aura PH dan juga Echo sebanyak lebih kurang 3 season. Dan juga dia pernah coach sebagai fly solo. Dia coach above the coach.
Dia juga telah di-coach oleh Fly Solo sekejap dahulu kala. I mean, awak ada persoalkan pasal bagaimana Yums berada dekat Selangor Red Giant. Dia dah tahu bagaimana corak permainan TODAK. Dan sekarang ni bagaimana coach Arcadia pun tahu sedikit sebanyak corak permainan Reflesia. Tapi again, meta berubah, corak player pun boleh diadaptasi untuk lakukan perkara yang berbeza. So, walaupun information tu bagus dimiliki sama ada oleh Yums ataupun Arcadia, but ini new era. Ini adalah meta yang terbaharu. Jadi semuanya start daripada outside zero lah untuk kedua-dua pasukan.
Tadi saya ada bertanyakan soalan dekat Balot. Balot suka assassin di bahagian jungler. Kita telah pun dihidangkan dengan matchup dua hero assassin di bahagian jungle untuk pasukan TODAK. Jungler mereka iaitu Gary akan menggunakan Nolan. Untuk SRG pula Skies akan menggunakan hero Joy. Melihat dengan apa yang dilakukan oleh pasukan TODAK, apa expectation Abang Lot untuk TODAK musim 13 ni selepas di revamp?
Selepas di revamp,
your personal expectation lah.
Sekarang ni kat regular season dulu lah. Dia
Regular
tengok regular season, qualify to play off, which is top 6.
Top 6.
We are aiming top 6 first.
Tough kan?
Tough, top 6 ni tough. So we aim for top 6 dulu, masuk playoff dulu, then we fikir yang kemudian.
Alright, jadi macam mana dia punya synchronization dengan tim MAL TODAK sendiri? Adakah selari dengan mission dan vision pasukan TODAK?
Ya, sama. Sangat-sangat selari. MAL they want to be champion. Kan? At the same time kita juga developing the young players kat sana. Dan juga dekat MPL pula, first kita tengah fokus kepada regular season dulu lah.
Okay, so that's the mentality yang pasukan TODAK ataupun the management.
One at a time.
One at a time yang telah pun ditanamkan terus kepada baik daripada pasukan MAL ataupun baik daripada pasukan MPL. Obvious, pick yang banning yang paling senang untuk make sure kan pasukan TODAK tak di-counter pemilihan hero Nolan ini dan juga respect kepada Yum punya Ruby. Pasukan daripada SRG, mereka keluarkan hero yang digunakan oleh Cramps tadi dan mereka terus mengambil Cho dekat sini. 6 kali diambil, 83% kemenangan. Bagi pendapat awak Riz, peratus yang paling rendah awak boleh jangka hero tu boleh diambil. Faham tak soalan saya?
Tak faham.
Okey, tak apalah. Dia macam ni. Peratus yang mana paling terendah awak boleh accept untuk diorang ambil hero tu? Macam for example Arlot 0%, adakah sesuai untuk ambil?
Bergantung dengan pilot lah. Tapi kalau kita nak, kalau ini pada pendapat Riz secara peribadi adalah sekurang-kurangnya 30%.
Sekurang-kurangnya. At least pernah menang.
At least pernah menang. Berbanding dengan yang tak pernah menang. So bila tak pernah menang ni, dia ada membawakan satu bebanan yang berat dekat player yang menggunakan tu.
Wow, Nathan bersama-sama dengan Terizla Adin.
Ya saya.
Untuk melihat sekarang ni, ini akan ada matchup yang banyak team fight.
Benar.
Adakah awak expect perkara ini akan berlaku sebelum drafting ni start?
Ya, disebabkan kedua-dua punya mekanik sangat-sangat bagus. So team fight sewajarnya menjadi main kriteria ataupun winning key winning moment lah untuk mereka sebenarnya. Tapi sekarang ni untuk EXP leader saya menjagakan Xbox sebentar tadi, manakala Milo menjagakan Terizla. Tapi jatuh ke tengah pasukan TODAK pula. So untuk Cram barangkali export mungkin sesuai diguna pakai sebagai satu frontliner lagi untuk Selangor Red Giants.
Pagi tu okey, Xbox okey, fokus kepada Tamus. Oh, that's a very different hero yang kita menjangkakan kepada pasukan SRG. Okey, kedua-dua pasukan telah pun melengkapkan drafting mereka. In case TODAK kalah, adakah Abang Lot dah berpuas hati setakat ini persembahan ditekan oleh pasukan TODAK?
Jumpa di game nombor 3.
Oh. That's a very good answer. Alright, jadi kita akan terus bersama-sama dengan kita punya caster untuk melihat keputusan ataupun apa yang akan ditunjukkan oleh pasukan TODAK dan juga Selangor Red Giants.
Sekali lagi kita ucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada Seth dan juga Abang Lot sebentar tadi dengan keyakinan beliau mampu ke tidak Pasukan TODAK menghini 2 berbalas kosong. Mari kita masuk ke dalam Land of Dawn. Selangor Red Giants bertemu dengan TODAK.
Inilah dia perlawanan yang cukup penting antara pasukan Gergasi Merah dan juga Sang Raja Lautan. Game yang kedua yang sememangnya akan jadi penentuan sama ada pasukan Selangor Red Giants akan mampu untuk mendapatkan kemenangan bersih ataupun adanya kebangkitan daripada pasukan TODAK.
Ya, kebangkitan itu yang kita mahu saksikan. Sepertinya Abang Lot juga yakin untuk game ini akan berlangsung sebanyak 3 game, so full best of 3. Bagaimanapun Yums melakukan sedikit asakan dekat bahagian jungle terlebih dahulu, memberitahu di manakah kedudukan Rafflesia, bagaimana kedudukan Gary yang di mana kali ini Gary back to assassin.
Ya, benar sekali. Nampaknya hero yang lebih selesa digunakan pakai oleh Gary dengan harapan mampu untuk menyamakan kedudukan buat pasukan TODAK. Tapi Syamilo, kenapa awak rasa Chow yang sesuai tadi? Ramai orang tak dengar sebab kita berbual secara bisu sedikit. Kenapa Chow instead of Kaja?
Alright, di mana kenapa saya sukakan Chow terlebih dahulu sebab dia lagi fleksibel untuk buka map, dan kalau Kaja open map dekat kawasan jungle pasukan musuh dia senang kena punish. Manakala untuk Chow dia banyak skill dash untuk dia stay dengan lebih lama, mirroring pergerakan jungle pasukan musuh yang akan menyebabkan pasukan musuh akan agak terganggu daripada sudut farming mereka. Dan kita tahu bagaimana pada awal game Minato tak keras. Jadi kalaulah Chow boleh lakukan zoning yang baik, tendang kepada Minato. Kalau Minato dah mati 2 kali pada awal minit permainan, untuk survive dekat bahagian mid game tu ambil masa yang agak lama.
Alright, tapi sekarang ini dekat bahagian bawah kita nampak Gary berteka-teki sedikit sama dia nak masuk ke atas Innocent dan tak pojak. Namun Innocent menjaga kedudukannya kemas tapi dah menunjukkan diri dia nak masuk. Namun dia patah balik sekarang ni, agak berpaling tadah dengan keputusan yang ingin dia lakukan sebentar tadi.
Apa yang kita boleh nampak di bahagian bawah tadi juga, Gary masih lagi tidak yakin untuk memberikan terjahan kepada Innocent sebab kita boleh lihat juga bagaimana Shizo tadi baru saja level 2. Kalau nak masuk mungkin damage yang boleh dikeluarkan juga kurang. Jadi sukar untuk menembakkan ini sahabat. Baru saya katakan dari Shizo, kedudukannya cukup berbahaya berhadapan dengan Innocent. Kali dah ada level 4 dah.
Begitu agresif corak permainan Innocent kerana tahu. Tapi sabar sebentar, Yums.
Terkejut, memang terkejut. Terus dijadikan mangsa dari yang pertama di bahagian bawah. Mudah untuk Yums mencari mangsanya. Bahagian bottom lane.
Talk about good luck. Talk about ngam-ngam dapat ultimate untuk lakukan tendangan supaya Gary tak boleh cari kill pembalasan tadi.
Ya, itulah disebabkan bagaimana kelebihan yang ada kepada Chow. Dia melakukan rotasi dengan Chow lebih pantas dengan skill dash yang dia ada. Bagaimana pasukan TODAK ketika ini. Mereka tahu mereka kehilangan gold laner mereka. Mereka perlu trade dengan pengambilan turtle yang pertama ketika ini. Walau bagaimana Sky datang tapi Gary yang dapat.
Gary berjaya untuk dapatkan turtle yang ada. Tapi untuk bagaimana untuk turtle yang ada sekarang ini. Mereka cuba terpaksa Kram yang cukup rendah. Kram hilang di tangan Momau. Satu player sempat untuk digugurkan walaupun dalam kedudukan Sky. Nyawa yang cukup rendah. Sempat lagi untuk melarikan diri. Walaupun terpaksa memberikan salah seorang player mereka kepada ahli pasukan TODAK.
Kita lihat sebentar tadi walaupun Stormy berada di dalam kedudukan yang tepat melakukan gerakan daripada sudut Molinas Blitznya, namun Rafflesia dengan adanya Minion Spirit itu cukup digabungkan lagi dengan follow up daripada rakan-rakan untuk mendapatkan kill ke atas Kram. Keadaan kembali stabil, 1 berbalas 1, namun gol sedang pun dimiliki oleh Selangor Red Giants.
Kalau kita nampak daripada sudut KDA dekat bahagian goal laner 0-1 untuk Shizo dan juga untuk Innocent 0-1, bermakna dia ada kelebihan sedikit daripada sudut gol. Dan dalam masa yang sama dia gunakan emblem Master Assassin, jadi kat situ kalau berseorangan pemain tersebut agak sedikit berbahaya daripada sudut pengambilan hero.
Tapi Yums menggunakan tekanan pada kali ini hanya sekadar ingin untuk memperlihatkan kedudukan kepada pasukan TODAK. Masih lagi ada ruang untuk pasukan TODAK setakat ini mungkin. Masih lagi cuba untuk melakukan rotasi permainan untuk menyamakan kedudukan mereka dengan pasukan Selangor Red Giants.
Walaupun ada berapa orang tadi? 3 orang, 4 orang.
Ramai.
Lihat bagaimana Yums dia masih lagi tenang. Dia tahu apa yang dia perlu lakukan dan dia tahu ke arah mana yang dia perlu pergi untuk menyelamatkan dirinya sebentar tadi.
Benar. Jadi mereka cuba sebenarnya untuk mendapatkan seorang pemain terlebih dahulu di bahagian bawah, tapi bila Yums dah jaga, hasrat mereka akan dibatalkan terlebih dahulu sebab kalau mereka terlalu memaksa juga mereka akan kehilangan beberapa skill set yang penting dan mungkin disebabkan tak ada info di mana kedudukan pemain-pemain yang lain, pasukan Selangor Red Giants boleh saja untuk melakukan serangan balas counter engage yang akan menyebabkan pasukan TODAK kehilangan turtle yang kedua. Be safe sahaja buat masa ini sebabkan walaupun daripada sudut gol masih dipegang oleh pasukan Selangor Red Giants, tapi leading goal tu tak terlalu banyak dan pasukan TODAK mampu untuk melakukan satu sepakan kepada Rafflesia.
Rafflesia menarik damage yang cukup besar. Rafflesia hilang di tangan Innocent. Stormy mencari ruang untuk melarikan diri tapi Gary masih lagi mengejar Stormy. Tengok bagaimana untuk mengejar Gary pula yang dijatuhkan oleh Innocent. Mendapatkan double kill. Kali ini Sam Sempo yang cukup rendah. Flicker dah tak ada. Larikan diri kepada genggaman pasukan Selangor Red Giants tapi Sam Sempo dah tak ada. Triple kill untuk Innocent dan memberikan ruang kepada pasukan Selangor Red Giants untuk dapatkan total yang kedua.
Game pertama, beliau iaitu Innocent dapatkan killnya agak lambat, still boleh menang. Kali ini dapatkan kill lebih awal pada minit kelima, bukan satu, bukan dua, tapi triple kill serta-merta akan membantu Innocent dengan begitu besar sekali, dengan begitu banyak sekali demi melakukan gerakan snowball. Tak dilupakan kepada Stormy. Bagaimana dia selamat dan dia set up pula kill itu kepada rakan-rakan dia tadi.
Kalau ikut pada stat sebenarnya di mana kalau pasukan musuh rata-rata menunjukkan Roger dominate berhasil kill dan mendapatkan kemenangan. Reflesia sekali lagi ditendang, ini yang kita bincangkan kenapa Chow dipilih. Dan Minato telah pun dikorbankan sebanyak 2 kali. Heal yang berjaya untuk dikeluarkan selepas ni kurang lagi berkesan pada mid game. Perlu banyak lagi masa sebenarnya untuk pasukan TODAK kembali bangkit.
Cantik sebenarnya setup dilakukan oleh Yums beberapa kali kalau kita saksikan dia cuba untuk memperlihatkan seolah dia berseorangan berhadapan dengan beberapa daripada pasukan TODAK, tapi sebenarnya dia sedang memancing umpan. Mencari player pasukan TODAK ini jadikan mangsa dan masukkan terus ke dalam satu team fight.
Agak sukar sebenarnya untuk pasukan TODAK dengan apa yang telah ditampilkan oleh Selangor Giants. Gameplay yang seakan-akan sempurna, tiada cacat celah. Namun di dalam permainan Mobile Legends Bang Bang, tiada apa yang mustahil. TODAK kena go back to their drawing boards, dapatkan power spike terlebih dahulu, reset semula dengan harapan mereka boleh mencari ruang untuk melakukan comeback. Dan saya rasa ini bergantung kepada setup melalui Momo dan juga Reflesia. Tapi apakah setup kalau tak ada follow up yang lebih pantas?
Ya, sebut pasal follow up ketika ini ada beberapa setup yang baik juga cuba untuk dilaksanakan oleh Reflesia. Tapi sayang sekali apabila setup tersebut berjaya untuk dilaksanakan. Ajal pula tidak sampai untuk menjatuhkan pemain pasukan Selangor Giants. Sebenarnya Stormy outplay yang baik di mana mereka berjaya untuk dapatkan carry. Satu serangan telah pun dikeluarkan. Fracture masih lagi terselamat ketika ini.
Kedudukan sekarang apa yang kita boleh nampak yang pasukan TODAK juga mereka masih lagi cuba untuk menjaga diri masing-masing dengan cukup baik, berdisiplin lagi untuk tidak mencari ataupun tidak dijadikan sebagai umpanan daripada pasukan Selangor Giants.
Lihat bagaimana Yung menjalankan job dia dengan begitu cemerlang sekali. Tapi sahabat sebentar, team fight bakal berlangsung sekarang ini.
Cram yang berada di bahagian hadapan tapi tukar penalty zone yang dibuka oleh Momo. Cuba untuk mencari peluang yang ada tapi kali Reflesia hilang di tangan Innocent. Pasukan Selangor Giants mencari mangsa seterusnya. Gary ditumbangkan, mereka double kill by Innocent. Momo cuba untuk tada lagi, cuba untuk bersabar lagi tapi Momo dikejar. Dia berikan kill pula kepada Stormy. Walaupun dalam masa sama Cram sempat lagi untuk ditumbangkan. Tapi setakat ini untuk pasukan daripada Selangor Giants masih berada di kawasan ataupun masih lagi mendominasi permainan.
Saya agak risau sebenarnya untuk pasukan TODAK. Bayangkan It's Skies belum lagi siapkan 3 item core yang sepatutnya disiapkan oleh Joy. Kalau dia dah siapkan 3 item core tu, saya rasa setakat ni cuma Momo je kot yang mampu untuk menadah damage tu.
Ya, dan di saat early to mid ni, Skies boleh bergantung harap dekat Innocent kerana dia sudah online dah. 5 kill di tangan beliau tanpa sebarang kematian. Dan membenarkan ruang itu diambil oleh Skies untuk melakukan farming dan juga untuk mendapatkan itemization yang seterusnya. Stalon Sight dan juga Holy Crystal baru saja di tangan Joy ini. Bayangkan kalau dah ada lebihan lagi Blood Wings yang boleh digunakan oleh Skies untuk menumbangkan ahli pasukan pihak lawan. Shizo akan dikejar.
Skies masuk cuba untuk mencari Shizo tapi tengokkan bagaimana Cram juga ada daripada arah belakang. Shizo hilang tangan Skies. Ada lagi satu nyawa yang akan ditangkap Reflesia juga dan tak ada 2 player gugur di tangan pasukan Selangor Giants. Ini bukan tanda yang baik untuk pasukan TODAK. Kalau mereka biarkan lagi ruang ini berjaya dapatkan double kill. Stormy ditumbangkan oleh Gary. Namun begitu pasukan Selangor Giants masih lagi gagap berdiri untuk mencari mangsa seterusnya. Tinggal 2 player saja pasukan TODAK. Adakah mereka akan mampu untuk bertahan ataupun mereka sanggup untuk menadah lagi damage yang dikeluarkan oleh pasukan Selangor Giants?
Adik, itulah kenapa ambil Chow kalau enemy ada Minato.
Okey. Lebih-lebih lagi pilotnya Yung. Bagi sahajalah Chow itu ke tangan beliau. Target prioritization yang kemas. Beliau tahu yang Shizo ni confirm akan ditumbangkan. Jadi apa yang dia buat adalah pergi ke bahagian belakang, dapatkan target yang seterusnya untuk melakukan continuity team fight yang berterusan ke atas TODAK. Seawal 9 minit, 8,800 gold lead sedang dimiliki oleh Selangor Giants dan waktu semakin lama semakin suntuk untuk TODAK kali ini.
Suntuk dan juga peratus tu kelihatan sangat-sangat rendah untuk mereka. Tiada high ground, tiada farm, tiada ruang yang mereka boleh gunakan sebaik yang mungkin untuk mereka dapatkan kembali sumber farm. 8,000 perbezaan gol, hampir 1 minit. 1000 gol boleh dicecah sebenarnya untuk pasukan Selangor Red Giant ketika ini. Walaupun Gary berusaha untuk dapatkan assassin, tapi pasukan Selangor Red Giant know how to counter.
Sekarang ni Riz, macam mana TODAK nak lakukan comeback? Nampak macam mustahil, tapi pasti ada jalan untuk mereka. Namun apakah jalan tersebut daripada sudut pandangan Riz?
Benda mudah saja. Kita pun dah bincangkan tadi. Adil dan Syafiq dah banyak kali bincangkan bahawa cara untuk mengelakkan diri untuk pasukan TODAK ini adalah mengelakkan Revisha atau Minotaur ni daripada ditendang oleh Yums. Jadi dia kena jaga posisi dia. Selalu kita dengar biasanya millionaire, jungler ataupun golden yang perlu jaga posisi. Tapi kali ni sebagai Romo juga perlu jaga posisi.
Guys, dengan selambanya dia masuk dekat bahagian inhibitor turret tersebut, tak berisaukan sesiapa yang mampu menumbangkannya. Sekarang ni TODAK dalam defensive mode, dalam passive mode ketika ini. Mereka boleh bergantung harap dengan high ground defense mereka dan harap kalau Selangor Red Giants melakukan kesilapan.
Different gameplay, different mentality daripada Selangor Red Giants sebenarnya. Segala-galanya dilaksanakan dengan kemas tanpa kesilapan sedikit pun. Tapi Sky sekarang ni full stack daripada Electrifying Blade telah pun diaktifkan.
Bagaimana di bahagian bawah mungkin cuba untuk mencari posisi lebih sesuai. Lot telah pun melakukan pergerakan ke dalam. Sekali lagi tendangan yang cantik. Mencari player pasukan TODAK. Tapi juga bagaimana damage yang dikeluarkan oleh pasukan Selangor Red Giants. Pasukan TODAK sekarang di Revisha hilang tangan Sky. Masih cuba untuk masuk. Mencari mangsa seterusnya. Tapi kali ini pasukan Selangor Red Giants cuba untuk paksa. Dan mungkin mereka pada Sky. Cuba lagi untuk mendapatkan kristal. Tapi itu dia. Selangor Red Giants sekali lagi melasan wilayah gergasi merah menumbangkan sang raja lautan iaitu pasukan TODAK.
The defending champion musim-musim lalu iaitu TODAK telah pun ditumbangkan oleh Selangor Red Giants. Memang telah terbukti sekarang ini mereka lah the people's champion so far dengan prestasi yang cukup cemerlang dengan gameplay yang sangat kemas dan sempurna.
Yums is red. Satu prestasi yang membara. What a play daripada Chow. Second game. Satu sepakan yang cantik, satu sepakan yang kemas. What a play.
Tak boleh nak dikatakan. Out of words, speechless, magnificent, mengagumkan. Kesemua kata-kata itu boleh kita berikan kepada Yom sebentar tadi. Tapi sekarang ini kita nak bersama dengan Rose untuk winners interview bersama dengan pasukan yang telah pun berjaya menang iaitu Selangor Red Giants. Dipersilakan.
Sekali lagi Selangor Red Giants menekalkan dorang punya 2 berbalas kosong 3 mata penuh win streak. Sebelum apa-apa, guys, give Selangor Red Giants a round of applause. Alright. Okay. So, tadi game pertama, dorang ada keluarkan video Yums tadi. Ingat tak last week kita ada interview? Ingat. So, dalam video tu, Yums kata, siapalah TODAK tanpa Yums? Sekarang, Yums dah kalahkan TODAK. Yums punya X-Team. Apa yang Yums tengah rasa dan apa Yums nak cakap kepada TODAK?